Join. Can you join?
Joining. Which way to join? Yes. Yes. Okay.
Distinguished guests, special invitees, members of faculty, staff, students of the Ramaiah family who are present here and have also joined us virtually, a very good morning to all of you. Welcome to all One Day International Virtual Conference March 2021 on marketing in the age of digitalization and disruption. Today, to grace this occasion, we have Amit as the chief guest for the inaugural, Mr. Sami Shukla, Executive Director, Customer Success, South Asia, Nielsen IQ. The guest of honor, Dr. Debashish Sengupta, Professor, Royal University for Women, Delhi. Dr. Manasa Nagabhushan, Director, Academics, Ramaiah Institute of Management. Welcome all. We shall begin today's function by invoking the blessings of the Almighty with an invocation followed by the Ramaiah anthem. I request all of you to stand up.
Shri Gananathuni Sharada Satkavulanu Sahaja Yogi Munulan Surulan Deva Brahmana Dhanyuni Sakalantaryami Harini Chala Bhajintum Jnanam Vijnanam Cha Bhakti Sahitam विनय भूषण
रामय्य समूह संस्थान
ज्ञान विज्ञान विद्या विनय भूषण रामय्य समूह संस्थान तारे निहारिते आगले ई मालिके जयवेन्नुव ई संस्थानके द्रष्टाररु कट्टिद कनसिन साम्राज्यविದು
ದೀಪದೊಳು ಪ್ರದೀಪಗಳ ಬೆಳಗುವ ಶ್ರದ್ಧಾ ಸ್ಥಾನವಿದು
ಅರಿವಿನ ದಿಗಂತದಾಚೆಗೆ ಜಿಗಿಯುವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲವಿದು ಗೃಹ ಗೃಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೃಹ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣಕ್ಕೆ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸೋಪಾನವಿದು ಮಿತಿಯಿಲ್ಲದ ಅಮಿತ ಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವಿದು ಪ್ರತಿಭೆಯ ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಲು ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿಯ ಕೇಂದ್ರವಿದು ಅಜ್ಞಾನದ ಕತ್ತಲೆ ನೀಗುವ ಸುಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸೂರ್ಯನ ರಶ್ಮಿದು
ಜಗದೋದ್ಧಾರದ ಹೊಂಗನಸನು ಹೊತ್ತಿದ ಅರಿವಿನ ತಾಣವಿದು
ಅರಿವಿನ ಹಣತೆಯು ಬೆಳಕನ್ನು ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಸಂಖ್ಯಾತ ಕಿರಣಗಳು
I now request Dr. Manasa Nagakrishnan and conference team to come forward and light the lamp. And also offer floral tribute to our beloved founder, Dr. MSRIM. Thank you. I now call upon Professor Niharika Mishra, conference convener, to welcome the gathering. Good morning, one and all. On behalf of Conference Committee of Department of Marketing and IT, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome the gathering joined here for the conference. I would like to thank each one of you for joining this one-day international virtual conference, RIM 2021, themed Marketing in the Age of Digitalization and Disruption. We are honored to have with us two distinguished guests of today's conference. Chief guest, Mr. Sameer Shukla, who is an executive director with Nielsen IQ and currently leads customer success function for South Asia. And guest of honor, Mr. Debashish Sengupta, who is a professor at Royal University for Women, Bahrain. It's our privilege and pleasure to welcome our participants for the conference. We feel delighted to welcome our knowledge partner for the conference, Pearson India Education Services Private Limited. I would also like to welcome all the people who helped us to make this conference a reality. I would like to welcome our Director of Academics, Dr. Manasa Nagakrishnan, Shri P.S. Ramaprasad, Chief Executive, Gokula Education Foundation, Engineering and General Sciences, and Shri Ramchandra Ji, Chief of Finance, Gokula Education Foundation, for today's function. I would also like to welcome the faculty, staff, and students who joined here for the conference. Thank you, Professor. May I now request Dr. Manasa Nagakrishnan, Academics Director, to give the opening remarks.
Good morning to everyone present here. The chief guest of today's program is Mr. Sameer Shukla, Executive Director, Retail Intelligence Nielsen IQ. And the guest of honor for today, Dr. Debashish Senmukta, Professor Royal University for Women. And our Chief Executive, Shri B.S. Ramaprasad sir of Gokula Education Foundation, Engineering and General Sciences. Our Chief Finance Officer, Shri G. Ramachandra of GEF. And the Head of the Department of Marketing, Madam Swati Basu. The Conference Coordinator, Niharika Mishra. All the faculty members of the Department of Marketing, as well as faculty members of all the departments at Ramaiah Institute of Management, researchers who are presenting papers in today's conference, and all the session chairs who have accepted to take a big role in this conference, Dr. Rajendra Nargunkar sir, Mr. James Murphy, Dr. Sriram, Dr. Amit Shankar, Mr. Sandeep Mishra, and Dr. Sumitra Srinath. A very warm welcome to you all to this conference from Ramaiah Institute of Management. So this is basically a research conference, and we know how the landscape is changing, and the change in this landscape calls for newer research. So what research we did or what we taught in marketing some 30 years ago is no more relevant today. Like I remember the first few years of teaching marketing, reading Philip Kotler and presenting in the classes, and the kind of examples, and talking about online marketing had just then started. There was a small section in Kotler's book on online marketing. But see the kind of changes that have happened in terms of technology. There's a big disruption which has happened, and this changing landscape has also is also demanding these researchers to work day and night today. Because what we did 1 year before has become irrelevant. So it has a very small shelf life. Though we have done our PhD in marketing, if we go through our thesis, we realize that what were our findings then and what should have been today, there is a sea difference. So why is this kind of a scenario which has come in? It is one, we may say that it is pandemic. Pandemic has just given a push to the whole kind of online marketing, but the kind of technology that has come up, the importance of analytics which started as boutique companies a few years ago has become all pervasive. And see the designations in companies, they are also changing, where there is students who have completed their CGDM or MBA have a very special place in digital marketing today. So if you observe the whole thing, the environment is highly dynamic, not only in terms of technology, in terms of the thinking of companies, the kind of startups that are emerging today, the technology startups, the aggregators, basically, if you can look at them. And then with all this, if the academia is still in the same pace as where we were earlier and contribute in the same manner what research that we are doing, that becomes irrelevant. So in today's scenario, it is much needed that we conduct such conferences and encourage researchers, encourage faculty, encourage students to think in terms of the new environment, what is required. So some 10 years back, I had developed different research products which we sold it to companies. Because I was running my own research company earlier, a market research firm, and then we had developed some specific products. But if I see those products and then whatever the concept notes that we had written, I feel that it needs to undergo a big change because of the kind of technology that has come in. So I think that this conference will certainly lead to newer thinking, and then methodology part is one, but at the same time, the thinking in today's market scenario is what is required, and hence our approach to research has to change also. And even in terms of methodology, we see that a lot of insightful research is coming up. We were doing something like price tag analysis or brand recall studies, but today you know that it is not the number of consumers that have increased, but we have occupied the mind space, because every individual is on the phone 24/7 and bombarded with a large number of online advertisements and the kind of shopping that is happening today. So if you see all this, marketers have occupied not in terms of just going to different areas and doing a geographical spread of the marketing activities, but it is nothing but we are occupying a larger mind space of every individual. It is not just, it is also indulgence, the kind of indulgence that is going on. So I think this conference will bring newer thought and then contribute to good and meaningful and insightful publications, so which will set a tone for the future research in this country in terms of the marketing space. So Ramaiah Institute of Management has been very proactive in a large number of activities, and then each department is completely empowered to conduct their conferences, seminars, the guest lectures, and the industry connects, research projects. All these are happening at the department levels. So I congratulate the marketing department, which has taken this initiative to conduct a conference which is exclusively in the marketing management space. So once again, I welcome you all. Thanks for joining. I'm sure that this will be a very good, meaningful, insightful, and engaging session for all of us. Thanks a lot.
Perfect. I request Dr. Swati Basu, Head, Department of Marketing and IB Conference Day, to give an insight about the conference.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to an one-day International Virtual Marketing Conference, MSRIM March 2021, organized by the Department of Marketing and International Business. The theme of today's conference has been decided by faculty members of our department. Marketing has been going through changes for last few decades. Marketing, whether traditional or digital, is facing disruption due to various forces affecting the market. The most recent being the pandemic. This scenario has thrown many challenges to marketing professionals. Data-driven marketing activities with the usage of technology have opened avenues that did not exist in the pre-digital age. This conference aims to explore the enormous potential of data-driven digital marketing to handle large-scale disruptions that not only affect marketing, but also the whole economic landscape of the world. This conference aims to explore, yes, as I told you, the enormous potential of data-driven digital marketing. We have received research papers from India and abroad related to our theme. Speakers for today's conference will also join from India and abroad. We have guests from industry and academic institutions. Welcome you all to one-day international virtual marketing conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swati. I'd like to call upon Professor Niharika Mishra to introduce the chief guest for the day. Mr. Samir Shukla is an executive director with Nielsen IQ and currently leads customer success function for South Asia. In his career spanning more than 2 decades at Nielsen, Samir has earlier managed the retail measurement services for South Asia, headed Nielsen business in Nepal, and managed Nielsen JV and GFA in India. He has also worked on policy, strategy formulations for various government bodies, international NGOs, and UN organizations. Clients from various industries, including FMCG, consumer durables, BFSI, and social organizations, seek his expertise in shaping their business strategies. Samir is a management postgraduate, has done a PG program in artificial intelligence, and is an executive black belt in business process improvement. Welcome once again, Mr. Samir. Thank you, Professor. Now we have come to core of our conference proceedings, release of the Book of Abstracts. The Book of Abstracts, it gives us a glimpse of the quality of research papers received from the authors based on our creed and has a visible ISBN number. To do this formality, I request our chief guest to release the Book of Abstracts here in the gallery. So,
thank you and good morning, everybody. I'm sharing my screen. Hope you all can see the screen.
Taking time to upload.
it's taking time to load. So,
Thank you. I think we can move on.
thank you, sir, for releasing the Book of Abstracts. Thank you. Now, I may request you to deliver the inaugural address. Over to you, sir. Samir, you are muted.
Yeah, so I'm sharing my screen. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Right. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
Cool. So, first of all, thank you so much, Ramaiah Institute of Management, for having me in this international conference. It is always pleasure to learn from the academia, and these are the occasions when we like to move away from the corporate life, which is definitely routine, mundane, and try and learn more tricks from you guys who are at the cutting edge of new things that are happening. And what would be a better topic than this to organize this conference? So what we'll do is in the next maybe 15 minutes or so, I would bring some thoughts from my side, some inspiration from various works that we have been doing at Nielsen IQ, and also some lens from what we learn from our client partners, manufacturers, retailers, and service providers, and various policy change agents. So that's the core theme. What I'll do is I'll just talk about three important points. The first one, and we just heard the earlier speakers talking about maybe a couple of decades back when we were students or when we started our career as academician, to go through what is traditional marketing and the Philip Kotler kind of references. From that time to now, there's a sea change. And also the change is happening at a very, very constant and fast pace. So we'll talk about how has traditional marketing shifted with the digitalization coming as a huge disruption, which is changing our life and the way as consumers, as marketers, we interface with each other on a daily basis. I would also like to bring some examples on some of the various sectors and industries where the digital aid is really catering to various consumer needs, which are still in a very nascent stage, but it's leaping forward at a very, very fast speed. And finally, a couple of themes on how can we really use this as the core theme to shape a customer journey. And in that manner, as a marketer, one can fuel the cycle of growth of its organization. So these are the 3 points that we'll talk about. Starting with the first one, where we know that in traditional marketing, we had various facets of communication, connection with our target group, and branding. That was a core part of marketing. And the good news is that is not changing. The core is intact. What has changed is the kind of aid that digitalization is bringing and disruption it is creating towards the way we used to use this communication connection with the groups or customers or potential consumers, and how do we brand for our longer term value creation. So 3 things that you see, which is listed in the screen, which is actually really made this disruption very, very fast and dynamic, is the first one is just by digital aids coming in terms of technology. And we all know that with the computing speed going up and moving pretty fast, and the cost of data storage, which has led to a revolution in the field of artificial intelligence, and that is making a sea change in the way we interact with the clients or our consumers, and the way we can do that going forward. And a lot of business ideas are flowing from there. Social media is something which was probably not so popular maybe 10 years back. It is completely served the world. And as we are moving forward with the infrastructure of that small device in our hand, which is changing the world, and as marketers, we can reach out to our target consumers anytime, anywhere. These things are significantly different from not even 30 years back, which was referred earlier, but even 5 years, 10 years back. Now, if I go back to the traditional part of the way as marketers, we used to capture some of these nuances. So for any marketing campaign, we used to first see whether it is reaching the target audience or not. And if it is reaching, is it resonating? And finally, is it converting towards a desired behavior in terms of reaction? So it's a 3R model that Nielsen IQ has brought into the market of reach, resonance, and reaction. Now, one of the fundamental flaws or lacunae, I would say, in this model was always that you can establish reach or find out resonance and see reaction. But joining the three together was a big challenge. There were various innovative ways which have been experimented in the past 1, 2, 3, 4 decades. But digital revolution has brought that biggest strength to combine this together. And we'll see that in the next 10 minutes. So what we are seeing now is the consumers are looking for mass scale campaigns, but at the same time, they want to have individual customization too. You can see a Rakhi. It's just a few weeks away from now. And everybody would like to see if I can go for an individual customization there or not. So is it for me? Is the kind of ask that our consumers are telling us. The interface that a consumer has with the technology or service or product, is it convenient? And not to point any finger towards anything, but for example, for this conference, there was an option of a QR code which can be used to access this conference. Now, against that, there is a link which can be fired at a, say, mobile SMS or a WhatsApp or even using a mail. So whether the convenient interface is there or not, it becomes a huge differentiator. And the third and the last one is present day consumers, customers, they want everything now, then and there. It is not that I see a campaign, I go and figure out somewhere else, and then after some time I exercise my behavior. So consumers are looking for reach, resonance, reaction, and behavior coming all at the same time. And it is a very, very important change. And it is also important because if we don't go and recognize the speed of change, we will be lag behind. What we know is that various marketers in the current trend of digitalization and disruption have been using various means. We are going for programmatic buying. We are recruiting agencies and staff and pumping a lot of investment. But what is still a big bewilderment is people, especially the marketers, are not very sure whether they are on track or they are deviating. And it is extremely important to stay focused. But if we don't, we'll burn a lot of money and impact will not be commensurate with the ROI that we would have desired. So extremely important to understand the space and put our brain in the right manner so that the ROI quotient really moves up. So that's the context I wanted to set up with. Now, let me bring a couple of examples which I found relevant for this conference, and maybe some of them could be a good thought starter. So I'm picking 3 themes, and why I'm picking on these 3 themes is because while I earlier said that there is an individualistic customization is the need, but that does not take away the importance of mass marketing themes. So mass marketing themes have to be conceptualized. It has to be brought down to micro consumer or target group cohorts and then go to the individual customization level. That journey is important. One can't think of the first 2 steps moving away and just go for individual kind of customization, because then again, the ROI quotient will not be giving you the kind of desired returns. So the 3 themes that I wanted to start with the first, which is automation on the go. I don't know how many of you have, say, experienced this. So my son, who turned 18 years, he became an adult on the 25th of July last month. And I thought that why don't I go and apply for a PAN card for him? And you can see a PAN card all of us are familiar with. While making the online application, after filling a couple of details, there was a question which was asked whether the individual has got Aadhaar card. And with a yes, it asked, can we pick information from the Aadhaar repository? Not only profile parameters, but also the picture, photograph. And with a yes, no more questions asked, just a verification, authentication with the two-stage verification process. And within half an hour, the digital PAN card was in our hand. Now, this is something which is coming from a government department. And the kind of technological advancement that we have done is amazing. It delights a customer. So automation on the go is a big, big theme marketers have to understand. Second example, customization has to be convenient. So let me put an example. You may have heard about L'Oreal Makeup Genius app. So what this app does is as an individual, a man or a woman, if I want to go for a makeup for a specific occasion, it could be a day event, it could be an evening event, it could be a casual or a formal event. So what simply has to be done is I have to click using that app, and using about 61 odd facial characteristics of the individual, the app will tell as to what kind of makeup will go suiting to the occasion that you're looking for. Now, not only that, if one goes and picks those characteristics and features, it would even tell you that on your face, how will it will look when you go and wear that makeup. Not only that, it can also link you to a shopping basket. You can pick and choose that, yeah, these are the things that I would like to pick because that's what has been recommended by the app. You can order, there's a payment gateway, and you get things delivered. Now we have got Amazon and other service providers coming with a 2-hour challenge of delivery. Just imagine, you are getting up in the morning, you want to go for a party in the evening, and all these things you can do based on the kind of mood or the facial features that you have on that specific day. That is convenient customization, which is on the go, and it is then and there. So extremely important. Now, the other advantage this kind of disruption or technological aid can give is the app can also pick the individual's buying and navigating pattern as to what is the kind of time taken for a specific decision, what is the time taken to go to the portal for buying something, and what is the shopping basket that is coming up in terms of the entire assortment that one wants to go for purchasing. So that's the power of convenient customization. My third and the last example is on the theme of instant interaction. Let me bring an example, and all of us would have, say, faced this. We travel to a new location, outstation, and you have a day-long busy schedule. By the time you reach your hotel, which has already been booked online, it is 10 p.m. Quite late in the night, you're exhausted. You want to just hit your room and retire, right? But when you enter the hotel, you see that on the teller counter, there's a queue, and there's 10 people in that queue, or maybe 5 people, and you have to wait for 10-15 minutes. I am sure you can all recognize the kind of, say, mental frame that you would be at that point in time. And not only that, once you reach the desk, you are being handed over a form. Can you please fill that form, give me an identification card, and put those signatures? Oh no. Now imagine, and some of the hotels are already doing this. You enter the hotel main gate, 10 p.m. The moment you cross a beacon light, you get a text message on your mobile phone. It asks for your thumb impression and validation. whether it's you, the same person. And then everything, since you have booked in advance, all those details are with the hotel. It just flashes the room number. You don't even go to the desk since you're already authenticated. Go to your room. The moment while you are walking up or maybe taking the elevator, you get a QR code. You flash that QR code with your mobile on the main gate. The room is open. Imagine. That is the power of instant interaction that our consumers are looking from us as good marketers. So these themes, I just thought, will bring some more thought starters in terms of what can be done and what is being done by various service providers and product offerings. Now, before I close, the third and the last thing I wanted to just touch upon is how do we go about it? There has to be a starting point. And for that, we have to start with shaping a customer journey. So whatever is the target group that we have in mind, we have to start thinking as to what is the kind of journey that one traverses. How can I shape that in a better way? If there are any specific cracks in that journey as per the current service providers or the product offerings in the market, how can I bridge them? And that is the success mantra of fueling the cycle of growth for your organization, for your product or your service. Now for that, I'll just quote from Willie Lamb. He's a great novelist, writes for both adults and children, and one of the best pick from Opera's Book Club. It says, the quote goes like this: the seeker, and the seeker in this case is the consumer, embarks on a journey to find what she wants and discovers along the way what she needs. So as marketers, we have to understand as to what is the journey that one is traveling. And in that discovery period of traveling, how can I understand the needs, understand those cracks and bridge them and win over? That's the success mantra. And how can we do that? Is the journey has to be very, very minutely mapped. This is a famous, and I like this ad from KLM. You can see there are different lenses. One can see this picture on the left-hand side that a man is walking and there is a reflection or there's something else towards the bottom. The other way to look at it is there's a crack and possibly one of the small pieces of that stone is falling down in that crack. So you have to have different lenses to see, because journey of different consumers, different consumer cohorts, different nationality, and different kind of consumer segments for different need scope and occasions of consumption may vary. So one has to map that in a very, very accurate manner and then try and create, with the help of technological innovations and aids, and build to that individualistic need, cohort need, mass marketing campaigns, and go and build that value proposition. That's the success mantra. So that's what I wanted to share with this eminent group. My best wishes for the day-long conference. Unfortunately, I will have to log off after some time. But again, thank you so much, Ramaiah Institute of Management, for giving me this opportunity. And it was lovely talking to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your professional experience and emphasizing traditional marketing has changed to digital marketing, how digitalization has disrupted traditional marketing, digital ads, customization delights customers and shaping the customer journey. Thank you for this wonderful insights, values required to sustain, and how and as being a competitive edge today is all the very add-on points for today's session. Thanks a lot, sir. Due to an urgent commitment, our chief guest, Mr. Samir, would like to lead the gathering now. So, thank you so much once more on behalf of our conference team, joining us, taking your time and joining us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Samir. But if you have little more time, you can actually be there on screen for some more time.
Yeah, surely. I will be here till 11 a.m. So another 15 minutes, I can definitely be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'd like to call upon Professor Anupama Shah to introduce the guest of honor for the day.
Good morning, everyone. It is with great pleasure that I would like to invite our guest, Dr. Debashish Sengupta. A bit about Debashish Sengupta. Dr. Debashish Sengupta is a celebrated award-winning author of the book, The Life of Why, Engaging Millennials as Employees and Consumers, was published by Sage 2018, and The Life of Z, Understanding Digital Preteen and Adolescent Generation. His book, The Life of Why, won the prize at the prestigious DMA NTPC Business Book Awards 2018. His book is also an Amazon bestseller and has been featured by Stanford University. The foreword to this book has been written by Marshall Goldsmith and introduction by Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw. Dr. Sengupta is also the co-author of the crossword bestseller and KPMG cited book, Employee Engagement. He has authored 5 other acclaimed books. His latest book, The Life of Z, Understanding Digital Preteen and Adolescent Generation, has been released last year and is an Amazon bestseller. Dr. Sengupta holds multiple professional certifications from Harvard University, Wesleyan University, US, and Japan Management Association. He's a dual PhD, completed his PhD in management from Central University of Nicaragua, UCL, and Azteca University, Mexico. His papers have featured in leading international journals and numerous business media publications and has over 100 publications to his credit. Recently, he was featured globally as the Author of the Week by PM World Journal, USA, to honor his research contributions. He has received several research awards in his career, spanning over 2 decades, including Best Paper Awards and Young Researcher Award. His strategic and practical insights guide leaders of large and small organizations worldwide through his teaching, writing, and direct consultation to major corporations and governments. He serves on the board of advisors of many exciting startups in India, Dubai, and United Kingdom. Dr. Sengupta is a frequent speaker at various business forums. He currently works as professor at Royal University for Women, Bahrain. He has also taught in various international exchange programs, and his diverse interactions with students from India, Europe, US, Europe, and Far East find reflections in his work on millennials. He is the Asia editor of the London-based global online magazine, Future of Earth. Welcome you, sir, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Good morning to everyone at the Ramaiah Institute of Management and all the conference participants. Thank you for such a kind introduction. I would like to first share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. Since the morning, since when we started with this, the inaugural session, I think there have been wonderful thoughts and insights being already shared. I think it really makes a point that marketing is not what it used to be. It's not only marketing. I think all the functions of business have undergone or are undergoing a transformation, and there has to be a kind of a reset, what you call is, because of the kind of disruption that we see around. But of course, specifically, we'll be focusing on marketing in this particular talk. I'm going to focus more on the generational disruption. Now, I think this is something also which is a kind of a disruption which is triggering the reset that we see around. Now, what do we mean by generational disruption? Now, what I'm going to discuss primarily is, focusing on how millennials or Gen Y or Generation Y or and the Gen Z, who I call as the Zeners, have potentially disrupted the marketplace. And not only have they disrupted, they have also disrupted the way we do or conceptualize or practice marketing. So who are these millennials and Gen Zs? Why are they important? How these unique generation, they are disrupting the marketplace. What is this new generation consumer behavior that we are talking about, and what are some of the rules of engagement that I call as marketing with empathy? Now, who are these generations? To just give you a head start on the modern generations. This is how the modern generations look like by their birth years, but specifically my focus is on millennials, or whom we call as Generation Y, who born between 1980 and 2000, or say maybe you could say 1999 or something. So the oldest millennial would be around the 40 years of age. The youngest millennial would be around 20 years of age. So these are, we're talking about average of 25 to 40 years of age, we call the millennials. And then we have the Generation Z, born 2000 and later. Right. So these are the preteens and the adolescents that we have today. My focus is on these two generations, not on the other generations. Other generations are important; they are still there, but they're important in a different way. Now, why these generations are important? How are they disrupting the marketplace? I think that kind of gets answered in three terms. Their number, their presence, and the state of engagement. Now let's look at first the number. In terms of millennials, just to put in numbers, the millennials, there are about 2 billion millennials all over the world, which is about 31.5% of the world population, right? 2 billion. And when we talk about Zeners, there are about 2.56 billion Generation Z or Zeners, the preteens or adolescents that we're talking about, which make up about 32% of the world population, or 32.5%, so roughly something like that. Now, there is also a unique relationship between millennials and Gen Z, right? And the relationship is of a parent and child, right? So these are the parent and these are the children of the millennials, which makes them both a big consumer set, right? So they are both big consumer set, but these are also the customers who are also catering to this consumer set, buying for this consumer. So if you put them together, this is roughly, we are talking about 63 to 64% of the world population are the potential set of customers that we're talking about, right? Which is about maybe 4.5 billion people around the world. It's a phenomenal cohort. Just by the number, it is huge, right? So that is enough to give you goosebumps in terms of the kind of the size of cohort, the size of population cohort that we talk about. So that is number one in terms of numbers. By the way, US already has the largest population section, which is of millennials. India, we're talking specifically, 65% of the population is below 35 years of age. It will not be wrong to say that India is youngest country in the world with the largest number of millennials and perhaps even Gen Zs. So that is number. The second is in terms of presence, where they are present, right? The millennials are present in two very important places. They're populating. Now, of course, when we say presence, we mean that dominating presence. One is the workplace, and one is the marketplace. So these are the people who are dominating the workplace, and these are dominating the marketplace. So the ones who have, buying power, the purchasing power. And remember, they purchase for their children, with the Gen Z. They are still not customers, but they are a very important and a very big consumer segment that you were talking about, right? So presence. And finally is the state of engagement, which all different studies, and I don't have time to quote all those studies considering the time that I have at this, but if you see that the state of engagement, the state of consumer or customer engagement is not really very good. It's not really very healthy. And maybe that is an indication how the marketplace has been disrupted, and most companies, marketers, they have been caught unawares, in terms of I heard one of the distinguished speakers saying in the beginning that, that marketers are not sure, as to what to do, and I think that is the kind of dilemma that, both marketers, the academics or the practitioners, all of them have. But the state of engagement continues to be a worry, right? Now, these generations, why they, also this is not only the reason why they have disrupted. This disruption has also happened because these generations are quite unique in their own ways. These generations, they have lived and are living transformational times. Now, I need not emphasize on that. We all know what the world is going through. We all know what millennials have, gone through in their times. Now, these transformational times that they have lived, they had a tremendous impact on them and their lives. And these are first two generations also who are very globally similar. Of course, cultural differences remain across different parts of the world. I am in the Gulf region at this moment. I see millennials and Gen Zs here who are culturally probably different from the ones we have in India. But from an mindset perspective, attitudinal perspective, there are a huge number of similarities. And this kind of integration of these two generations has happened because of the explosion of social media, explosion of internet. It has become a globally connected generation. Now, but because of these transformations that have happened in the larger context, their lives and have been transformed. I always also feel that this in my studies, and I'm quoting all of whatever I'm talking from my own research, that paradoxes dot their lives and all their wellness elements, whether it is the physical wellness, the psychological wellness, the material wellness, social wellness. Again, this is not a time to discuss all those paradoxes, but long and short of this is that these generations have transformed mindset, attitudes, and consequently, we see a big shift in behavior from the previous generation, which has caused this disruption that we see in the marketplace. Now, specifically now talking about millennials, and I'm talking about millennials because millennials are the customers that we have, the major set of customers that we have today, right? They are the ones who are doing the purchases for themselves as well as for the Gen Zs, right? The preteens and adolescents for their kids. Right. So the millennial misfortune has been this is the only generation which has seen two major setbacks to global economy during their prime years. I'm talking about the prime years. One is, of course, we know about the 9/11, the recession, the global economic meltdown. We all know that was the first major setback, that to the global economy that this generation saw. And the second one, which we are living through, is the COVID-19 pandemic and the ensuing global economic crisis. So this is the only generation which has seen two major setbacks to global economy. Obviously, it has not been good. It has not augured well for their financial well-being, for their jobs. Lots of so many, we've seen millions of people losing jobs, incomes, or, and of course, even a potential career. And millennials are the only generations who have earned less than their parents. This is the only generation which went on to earn less than their parents. Now, I'm not talking about the face value. I'm talking about actual value of what they are earning adjusted to inflation and purchasing power parity, right? So this has been a millennial misfortune, right? Which means lesser buying power, lesser consuming power, and all that. But then there is a very interesting turn that also is happening, and that is what I call as the millennial fortune. As this generation enters their prime spending years, it's also set to receive about $30 trillion in wealth from the previous generation, which means the inheritance, which will happen from the baby boomers and Gen X. This transfer of wealth is happening. This has already begun. And it is set to benefit most of the industries in a big way. So whichever industry, has written off millennials, they need to reorganize and reprioritize around this generation, right? So, if you see this, in terms, it's very interesting two generations who have caused a huge disruption by what has happened to them and what's happening to them. So I come now to the, the new generation consumer behavior, right? So what are these new generation consumer behaviors? I've tried to distill some few through my work. There may be more, but these are some very interesting ones that I could distill. First one is permanently online. Now, of course, we know that these generations love online shopping, right? Both of these generations love online shopping. But what we see is, and it was referred to one of the introductory remarks, that the pandemic has been a kind of a push. I agree. The pandemic has been a kind of push to many things, including shift towards maybe permanently online. There is a recent study done by Kibo, which was published in December 2020 in Internet Retailing, which finds that the Gen Z and millennials, the shoppers have shifted more and more online, and maybe some of them, and at least the Gen Zs, the Zenners, who are the kids at this moment, where the preteens and the adolescents maybe have permanently shifted online. So it is not only online. We might see a predominantly online. We already are seeing it. I think we are already experiencing it. Even in India, if you see during this period, I think a lot of people who were not doing online shopping or even online groceries have moved to online groceries. Of course, how many of them will be retained post this pandemic will definitely be a question to ask. But then there are two drivers which was found in this same study as to why they are considering moving permanently online, or why they have shifted online, was convenience and price comparison. What they would like more, of course, is better fit technology and better images. That's what they would like more. Anyways, the second one is what I call as the happy generation. Large hooping, percentage of these generations use smartphones and apps for this online shopping, right? So they're not using generally the laptops and computers and desktops. They're mostly using the mobile devices, the smartphones and the apps, right? So that's another very interesting aspect of this consumer behavior. The third is social consumers, right? Amongst the apps, if you see, I actually, one of the studies that I did was an app survey that I did for these two generations, and found that, that majority of these generations, use the social media for their purchase decisions, right? So the social media apps are predominantly used for the purchase decisions. In fact, for Gen Zs, Instagram continues to be the number one in terms of what they decide to buy. Right, they all get ideas from Instagram, or even YouTube, the videos, the content. So it's more in terms of the user-generated data and the social media, for purchase. This same thing is also corroborated by another study by VoucherWin, which found that a large percentage of these two generations relied on social media for their purchase decisions, and close to 80% of them rely on user-generated data for their purchase decisions. So it's not wrong to say that they are social consumers. The fourth one is the goldfish syndrome. Now, what is this goldfish syndrome? Right, goldfish is said to have the lowest attention span, which is about 9 seconds. Right, it has found that these generations have lower attention span than the goldfish. Earlier, it was about 12 seconds. Now it has dropped to 8 seconds. So that is the kind of attention span. And that's why I called it a goldfish syndrome, because they have lower attention spans than goldfish, right? What this means, the pain that marketers are feeling with this syndrome is that the CPM, or what we call as the cost per thousand impression cost, has risen over 15 times in the last few years, right? So that's the fourth one. Fifth one is what I call as the bad is in. What is the bad is in? There is a study, study done, and they found that 84% of these two generations do not trust traditional advertisement. In fact, traditional advertisement is viewed with skepticism, and is therefore most of these ad spends which go into traditional ads serve nothing more than, I don't know. I mean, it's a pointless spending, because most of these ads are blocked or flipped or skipped, if there is an option, until unless you're forced to see. If you're forced to see that ad, maybe sometimes when you change the content, you might switch the video, you might just scroll the video if you're watching it on any of the social media platforms, right? So large percentage of this population block these advertisements. They don't want to see these advertisements. So in other words, the traditional advertisement is spending is almost pointless now, right? So the next one, which we call as the peer is the seer, right? So there was a study which was done by Center for Generational Kinetics, Bazaar Voice, and Kelton Research. And they found that 84%, close to 84%, they use of this generation, they use user-generated data, user-generated content, right? And a large percentage of them read online reviews before they take their purchase decisions, right? I bet there are a lot of millennials and maybe even Gen Zs in this audience that we have, and I'm sure you can relate with this. I think today, if you see these online reviews, the user-generated content are a huge influence, in terms of making those purchase decisions. So peer is the seer. Next I call is the footprinting. It's very interesting that they not only read reviews, but they like to leave those reviews also, even if they don't purchase. So if they have any kind of experience, they would probably end up writing a review and leaving a review, even if they don't purchase. I have seen them doing this in so many things, whether it is the blogging or the vlogging that you see, or whether you see that they put it, or they just put a comment somewhere, but there is a sense of footprinting, which these two generations love doing, I also think this is a kind of a social kind of work that they do, because I think it helps a lot of people, because with this footprinting. But this footprinting is very important. And remember, these are digital footprints, which are there and will remain there. Will not be. It's not possible to erase digital footprints, right? So this is very interesting. Another interesting behavior is, of course, credit goes to credit. There is a lot of use of credit. We all know that these generations use the credit, especially millennials. But there is one interesting thing that I want to tell you about this. There was in few years back, JP Morgan Chase. They released a new credit card, which was called as the Chase Sapphire Reserve, and it was sold out thanks to the millennials. So there's a lot of credit purchase that you need to realize that happens with millennials. The next one I call is different, and why I call it different is there is in another very interesting consumer behavior that you find, especially in millennials, is that even they would rather rent than buy. So renting, has become very popular. Right? We earlier knew about renting houses, right? Now renting cars, even renting furniture. One of the companies, for Lenco, for instance, was just a couple of years back. They raised about $30 million in funding, boosted by this, preference, growing preference to rent out furniture. Right? So the rent is in terms of maybe many times they would not like to buy, instead they would like to rent. And that also kind of suits their lifestyle, because many of these millennials are people who are not stuck to one place. So they're moving, right? So it also helps them to quickly dispose. If they rent, it's very easy to dispose. If they buy, it's difficult to dispose. If they buy, there is a sunk cost, right? So there is this preference towards renting. The next one, I'm just trying to go briefly over these. There is a lot of discussion that goes into each of these behaviors, but considering the time that I have, I'm just going over them quickly. What I call is foxsumerism, right? So there is consumerism, but there is also foxsumerism. And what is this foxsumerism that you see growing? Is the tendency to browse and not buy, right? Which means they love browsing. They simply love to browse, right? And they will browse through different products, but maybe not buy. So there is an intelligence group, a division of creative artists, which did a study, and they found that what these consumer segments do is these generational segments do is they research, they browse, and they prepare the wish list, and may keep this wish list, may not immediately buy. They will buy when they feel absolutely the necessity for it, right? But it's a good thing, remember that they are actually browsing and creating those wish lists. So marketers need to be aware that when they're browsing, they may not be browsing to buy, but instead to create a wish list. And the final one is because I think what I always feel that, I found that these generations care a lot of, in terms of the brands that care, the social cause, right? So there is a Deloitte millennial survey where they showed that this generation really gives a lot of importance in terms of how ethical companies are, or how dedicated are to social causes, etc. Right? So these are some of the interesting new generation consumer behavior that I could distill out. And as I said, there is a lot of discussion that goes around them, but considering the time, I'll just move on to my next segment. So what does this all mean? So what does this mean in terms of marketing to the new gen consumers? And I always say that this means that marketing with empathy, understanding these two generations, and understanding their life, understanding the kind of different attitudes and mindsets, the lives that they lead, it's very important before we decide to market to them, right? So that's why I call this marketing with empathy. I'll quickly go through some 10 rules of customer engagement. What's the rule one? The rule one is bet on social, right? The social is big in terms of, as I said, if you put the social media, user-generated content, they are big influencers in purchase decisions of this generation. So if you see also, the average CPM is highest for social media apps and the lowest for television. So you know where to put your money, right? It is definitely good and safe and sound to bet on social, right? The traditional media holds no good these days. The rule number two, on or off, the line is never won. Of course, it's definitely predominantly online, or maybe even permanently online, but offline will still be there. Offline will not completely disappear, right? So there should not be as the companies shift their focus primarily to online. Remember, the offline experience is still there, here to stay for some time, at least for some categories. It will stay, right? If you see some of the brands have created some experience stores. For instance, Pepperfry has been one of them, which created something like Pepperfry Studio, right? So their Pepperfry, is an online furniture retailer, but they have Pepperfry Studio. Even in Bangalore, they have a Pepperfry Studio, right? So on or off line is never won. Don't of course focus primarily on online, but don't write off offline face to face completely. It's not going to completely disappear, especially as I go through the other rules. If you see in terms of the user experience, most of these offline things will happen for the sake of experience. Rule number three, go social, go digital, but use a different vibe. Right? So of course we should go to the social, the marketer should go digital, right? But remember, everyone will now be queuing up for those social and digital, right? What's the difference then? What is the differentiator? What is the differentiator is not going social and going digital, because that's going to happen anyways. And for everybody, and it is going to become a default. Everybody, maybe for some time it will be a differentiator because everyone has still not gone, to that extent, social or digital. But after a while, this will become the new normal. Then what? Then what is the differentiator? Then the differentiator is not going social or going digital, but it is in terms of garnering the trust of people. How you connect friends, how you connect them with your application or with your company or with your brand. That engagement is going to be the differentiator. It's not going to be just going social or just going digital. And you have to create that social engagement or digital engagement as a marketer, right? Rule number 4 is storytelling, right? Ad is out, stories are in, right? So if today it's no more in terms of ads, it's more of a storytelling. It's how you tell an engaging story. So a lot of if you see focus today is on stories. A lot of brands are creating those stories around those brands. You must have seen some interesting these stories as videos on your social media applications flashing out, and you must have gone through them. It's very interesting. That's what we like to see. In fact, the Gimlet Media found out that longer stories get more attention than shorter stories, right? I know that we talk about attention spans, but if it is an engaging story, you can definitely address to that shorter attention span. Rule number 5, create brands with hearts, right? I'll give you 2 examples. There is one California shoe company, which is called as Tom Shoes. They came up with this campaign, buy one, give one, right? So if you buy one shoe, the company gives one shoe to an underprivileged who cannot afford a shoe. Like that, they give about 10 million pair of shoes, right? So you can imagine they also sold 10 million pair of shoes, right? There's another company, Meal Share, which said that if you buy a meal, we share a meal with somebody who was underprivileged. Like that, they have, in just a small time, amounts of time, they shared about 1.3 million meals, So creating brands with hearts is very important. Rule number 6, do not sell, right? The consumer, what I mean, do not sell. Of course, it's not meant to that you should not sell, but you should not try to sell. It's the age of user experience. People are not, just looking to buy a product or service. They're looking for the experience. And there was a study again, and this experience is due before the purchase, during the purchase, post-purchase, right? Wherever you miss it, you have, in other words, interrupted the customer experience. If you did not do pre or during or a post, and if you have done that, you've spoiled the customer experience also. A study done by Harris Eventbrite, they found that 78% of the millennials were willing to pay more if they have a desirable experience, right? Then the rule number 7 is innovate, right? Okay, give you a quick example. Zoom Car came up with this one program called as ZAP, the Zoom Car Associate Program. What was this program? You purchase, you lease, and we share the revenues with you. So if they're encouraging customers, you buy a car. When you don't use it, the idle days when you don't use the car, lease it to us, right? And whatever revenues we get, we share it with you. It helps you to repay the EMI, right? And you own the car also, right? So it's about how you innovate, during these times in the age of disruption, right? Rule number 8, all is not fair in love and war. And what I mean is an unfair treatment to these generations. Any kind of unfair treatment will not go down well. And remember, this is the age of competition, the age of choice, where you can reach the world through a click. Once your brand is resented, it's very difficult for you to win over the customers later on. Rule number 9, reward review, right? I remember one of the blog posts I wrote about McDonald's experience, and I just wrote because of the kind of experience we had. It was called as Some Balloons Fly. It became viral on social media, and I realized later on that it became because it was seen as a review of McDonald's rather than my blog post. So reward review, these generations read reviews, user-generated content before they buy. It's a huge influencer. So encourage your customers who buy from you to leave a review somewhere online. And finally, rule number 10 is co-create, right? I'll give you an example to help you understand what I'm trying to say in this. Right, Lego blocks, they encourage fans to submit, new creation ideas, and they have this official Lego award, which goes to the idea that gets the maximum number of votes. So you are inviting customers to co-create your products and services with you, right, or improve your products and services. It's not it's the age of co-creation. DHL does this. They have this annual innovation summits or workshops where they have this invite these customers and their service partners, and they conduct workshops share their experience, how these services can be further improved, right? So I will not take long. I think I've exceeded my time limit. But just to say that what I just was talking was about how these generations, especially the millennials and Gen Zs, have created disruption because of not only in terms of the size of cohort that we're looking at, but in terms of their presence, in terms of their transformed attitudes, mindsets, behaviors, transformed consumer behavior, and then what that means in terms of how we actually market to these two dominant consumer cohorts in the world. Most of these research and has been published, and these were two books where many of these content found place. The Life of Y, which was on millennials, the Life of Z, which was on Zenners. Right. Thank you very much for listening to me and for giving this opportunity. If there are any questions, I don't know whether we have time for questions, but I would love to answer those questions. Thank you very much.
Yes, I have a question for this session, because recently I was also doing research on the same subject, that during post-COVID, whether this online trend will really continue or not. So even for the generation you have mentioned, so what is your view on that?
I think if you see during COVID, of course, as you said, there has been a huge shift towards this. Many of these behaviors will remain, but in terms of whether these one thing we have to understand, that the COVID, one of the major drivers during COVID has been the fear factor. It has been the fear of one's safety, one's health and safety of near and dear ones, which has forced most of our choices, which has influenced most of the choices. So we should remember that in fact, we have with my co-researchers one paper on this conference as well, which finally discusses that. But we must remember that this fear, this fear would go away once this pandemic is over, right? So obviously it will not be fear driven. It will be driven by other aspects. For instance, the predominantly shopping online is not driven, is at this moment is driven by fear, because your people who were not buying groceries online, they started buying groceries online because they didn't want to have contact, right? But remember, this fear is going to go away, and other benefits that that marketers will be able to offer or have been able to offer will be key in retaining these kinds of behaviors, which is generally beneficial for marketers, right? Which is from the perspective of convenience or price comparisons or better technology interface, or better images, or a better shopping experience, like the L'Oreal experience that Mr. Samir talked about, the L'Oreal Makeup Genius. These are going to be the mainstays. The fear is going to go away, right? So it depends upon how much of these behaviors are exhibited, and how much of these benefits can be taken up by the marketers will depend a lot on how each of these companies have been able to leverage their marketing strategy based on the experiences that they have created for the customers, right? If they have created such experiences like L'Oreal has, they would be able to retain a lot of these benefits.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Audience, any more questions? Right. Thank you, sir, for those interesting insights into generation disruption, their presence in workplace and marketplace. How unique generations are they? New generations consumer behavior are into digitalization, social commerce, and so on. Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights. Now I call upon Professor Lakshmi Kannan, Conference Coordinator, to propose the open thanks.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Department of Marketing and IB, I feel a great honor in extending my thanks to all involved in this virtual international conference of marketing in the age of digitization and disruption. First of all, I'd like to thank our Chief Guest, Mr. Samir Shukla, Executive Director, Customer Success South Asia, Nielsen IQ, for sparing his time to be with us. Your words have thrown light, on how digitization has disrupted the current market today. And I also wish to thank our guest of honor, Dr. Debashish Sengupta, Professor, Royal University of Bahrain, for accepting to be a part of our conference. Sir, your words on how consumer behavior, especially with Gen Y, has completely changed the marketscape in marketing today. This session has set the tone for the rest of the events to follow in our conference. On this occasion, I wish to express our gratitude to Pearson India for sponsoring our Best Paper Award in this conference. I wish to place on record a sincere thanks to our IT team for their seamless support from the word go. I also thank the audience who have taken the time out of their busy schedule to join this session. Request all your presence throughout the day and make our conference a grand success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, audience. Thank you.
We break for tea now and we resume the next session at 11:45. Thank you so much.
Request all of you to join for plenary session after 10 minutes. Am I right, Professor Lakshmi?
11:45.
11:45. Thank you, Professor Sengupta, once more for joining us and delivering an excellent talk. Thank you. Good morning. After our inaugural session, now we are starting our panel discussion. Today in our panel discussion, we have two eminent speakers. Professor Sriram from Great Lakes Institute, Chennai, and we have Sandeep Mishra from Colombo. Sandeep is our alumni. I will call upon Professor Anupama to introduce Professor Sriram. And now I will introduce you. You will introduce. Okay. I'm sorry. I will call Professor Lakshmi to introduce Professor Sriram, and Mr. Sandeep will be introduced by Professor Anupama. Over to you, Professor Lakshmi. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swati. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Sriram to the audience today. Dr. Sriram has over 28 years of work experience. He has worked for more than 21 years in energy and automobile industries in senior management roles. He started his career with Ashok Leyland. After that, he joined Mobile Limited, and he was instrumental in setting up the distribution network to South India. In 2001, Dr. Sriram joined Mrs. Reliance Industries, where he was the Vice President Marketing and later became Head of Retail Outlet Operations South. He also had a 4-year stint in the SPU as in CEO's office at Mumbai, handling strategic planning and role in the same Reliance Industries. He switched to academics in 2012 and joined XIME Bangalore as associate dean responsible for academic administration. Dr. Sriram joined Great Lakes in 2013 as a full-time faculty. Additionally, he teaches core and marketing elective courses in the area of marketing specialization. He has presented research papers at several conferences and has published research articles across the globe. Welcome, sir. It is a privilege to have you amongst us today. Over to you, Dr. Sriram.
Okay, thanks a lot. It's my pleasure and privilege to be part of this conference, sharing some of my thoughts. And my profound thanks to Dr. Swati and Professor Lakshmi for having provided me this opportunity. So like any other faculty most faculty, I would say that I cannot speak without a PowerPoint presentation. So I think I'll put on my slide deck, and that will what will get me going. So let me share my screen, and then I'll probably share the thought process. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
Okay. So in tune with the theme of the conference, which is digitalization in marketing and the disruption that it has caused, or it is still causing, I thought I can probably look at my industry experience, my training experience in academics, and some of the research that I do to kind of give you my views. These are strictly my personal views. And of course, I've taken inspiration from multiple sources. So I'm going to just present how this is kind of affecting the field of marketing, the digitalization process. The whole world is moving towards digitization and digitalization. And what are the challenges that companies would face? What are the opportunities that are available for the organizations? Although it's a challenge, if you're able to overcome or mitigate the challenges, there are going to be opportunities. And some of the strategies that probably organizations could adopt to ride this wave, right? So that's what I'm going to do. Hopefully, I should be able to stick to my time of 30 minutes, I guess. Please pardon me if it slightly exceeds. So this is going to be my tone or the outline of my presentation. So I'll talk about digital disruption as it has happened across the last 25 years across the world. So I'll just I juxtapose it against what is India today, and then compare the global trends in marketing and whether as a country we are ready or not to kind of get onto this bandwagon. Then coming down to kind of firm level or organizational level issues. So we'll look at challenges to digitalization. Then we look at what are the opportunities that are available for organizations to kind of, get more revenues, please their customers more, satisfy them more, whatever it is. And then I look at some generic and some digitalization strategies that firms could kind of adopt, right? So I've taken, as mentioned earlier, I've taken my information sources from Gartner, WNS Media, IBEF, and other academic articles, right? So that is what is going to be my source. So if you look at digital disruption as it has happened in the last 25 to 30 years, there have been three waves, right? The first wave was in late 1990s when, because of digitalization, services started getting unbundled. So for instance, newspapers integrally had advertisements and other things as part of the newspapers. So these started getting unbundled in the first wave. The second wave started somewhere in early 2000s. And this was the onset of online or e-commerce models, right? Where there was disintermediation. So marketing as a subject or as a function were completely dependent on channels, especially in the B2C. So if you look at my discussion today, I'm going to restrict it to B2C marketing because B2B is another whole set of somewhat similar, but a lot of things can be very, very customized to organizations. So I'm going to look at B2C, and disintermediation was one big thing for organizations in the second wave of disruption, digital disruption, which kind of eliminated or reduced the importance or role of the channels. If you're looking at the third wave, which is set in somewhere around 2015, what has happened is the whole buying process has been decoupled. So you can evaluate whatever your choices are at one point in time. You can choose at another point in time. You can purchase at a third point in time, and you can consume it whenever you want. So the third wave of disruption has kind of resulted in decoupling of the entire customer decision journey. But what has been common across all these three waves is there has been a lot of digitalization of business processes. As each wave kind of set in, there have been newer technologies which have come in and kind of digitalized the business processes of organizations. The second common factor between the three waves is there have been new forms of competition. So if you look at the second wave, it kind of reduced the importance of physical facilities, traditional retailing facilities. It reduced the importance of channels. And because firms found that going online, I can kind of sidetrack the channel and kind of share profits with customers. But today we are in a generation of convergence where we need both the physical as well as the online channels together. So that has brought in what is called as omni-channel, right? So the customer today expects same kind of experience, whether he or she is in a physical outlet, traditional retail outlet, brick and mortar, or people are in an online kind of a format. So newer forms of competition for firms have set in because of the digital disruption that has been happening frequently. The third one is very, very profound for organizations because of these digital disruptions, the consumer preferences have kind of been changing. So when disintermediation and online came about, people moved from brick and mortar to click. And today when decoupling is happening and there are a lot of technological initiatives coming up, people are moving from even clicking to a voice ordering kind of a system. So as each and every wave of digital disruption comes up, there have been technological changes, business process changes, and competition has been intensifying, or different forms of competitions kind of emerge. So if you look at today's digital economy, it's all about payment processes being automated through blockchain. We have we have artificial intelligence kind of predicting customers' behaviors. Data analytics was a big thing about 5 to 6 years back, right, where everyone got onto it. Today, its importance has come down because if you look at the product life cycle, probably it is approaching maturity. Data analytics will continue, but it will continue with more insights and predictions from things like AI and ML. 3D printing is on, Internet of Things is picking up, 5G mobility is about to enter our country. You have cloud computing, which has got on in a big way. There has been a lot of automation that has been happening, and robotics has kind of entered our homes and, more importantly, the manufacturing locations. So this is what we call as Industry 4.0. And this is where we are at this point in time, right? On the other hand, if you look at today's India, right, we have 775 million internet connections for a population of 1,350 million. More than 50% of the country is connected. Of these 775 million internet connections, 61% are in urban centers and 97% of them are wireless. So we are moving more and more to a kind of a wireless economy. It is expected by the end of next year, we will have roughly 860 million smartphones. So this kind of would explode mobile marketing. Mobile commerce will get on in a very, very big manner, right? So that is another change that we are expecting. At this point in time, we have about 100 million online shoppers, right? Which is not a small amount of number at all. So about 10 crore people who are shopping online. In another 5 years, it will triple to 350 million online shoppers, right? Then you have e-commerce market, which is today currently valued at $30 billion US. But imagine this, in the next 4 years, it will triple to close to 99 billion US dollars. Look at festive season GMV. GMV is gross merchandise value, which is a very important metric for online marketing companies, online retail companies. Last year, the festive season gross merchandise value, which is the total amount of products sold, was $8.3 billion, which is 58,000 crores. If you look at it with respect to 2019, we sold only 35,000 crores worth of goods during the festive season. It just catapulted to 58,000, right? Okay, partly thanks to pandemic, and partly because of the growing internet and online retailing that is happening. Today, if you look at online retailing, it is just about above 5% in terms of total retail market, but it's likely to double itself by 2024. Another trend that we see is apparels and consumer electronics. These seem to be taking about 80% of the total online sale, followed by jewelry and food and grocery. Food and grocery is kind of likely to explode in the next few years. In fact, some of the categories that are likely to grow very fast is groceries, e-pharmacy is likely to grow, and also social commerce, which is also likely to grow in the next. These are the sunshine kind of product categories. And just imagine this, thanks to the government, it's pushed for, supported by RBI, digital payments. There are likely to be $271 billion of payments, which will move to card and digital from cash, which means that we are essentially moving towards a digital economy, right? So this is what India is at this point in time. So if you look at some of the global trends, online consumerism is very, very high. If you look at China and the US, probably about 40% of retail is, of course, India is only 5%, but in those countries, greater than 40% of the sales happen through online. So there is huge amount of promise or people flocking to online for their purchases. The second thing that is happening is there is an online marketplace that is developing, thanks to the large big box online retailers, as well as platforms that are being set up, which bring together customers as well as consumers and marketeers. There is a very, very vibrant online marketplace that has been developing. And what is irrefutable is that data is everything today. So the company which is kind of on top of its data is likely to benefit far more than people who are just kind of getting their act together. So data is everything. And finally, since data is everything, you need to necessarily digitalize your organization. So digitalization today is a necessity. It is not an option. I can tell you from my, I train a lot of corporates on customer relationship management and customer centricity. Many of them have set up analytics divisions, separate departments only to collect data and work on data. So if you just look at, these are the global trends and how the Indian market, whether it is geared up or not, in India, online consumerism will only grow because of the demographic dividend that we enjoy. So if you look at that, more than 50% of our population is less than age 25. And these are people who are now growing up with gadgets. And these people will only probably promote online consumerism. So that's going to be a huge movement in India. And of course, the prediction is that we'll touch about $99 billion by 2025 in terms of online retail. Second thing is online marketplace. Many businesses are adding online as a necessity. I mean, it's been pushed as a necessity because of the pandemic. It's expedited the pace. But what is happening is today, no firm, in fact, I was consulting this tire company, and these people have started selling tires online. The sales process is online because they had a compulsion to kind of get onto their channel partners and push products to customers. So if such traditional, very old businesses can move digital, I think most of the businesses today are technology enabled, and this will only be hastening the online marketplace. Okay, data is everything. So people are today looking at multiple touch points, touch point management, data capture is happening at multiple stages in a customer's journey. A lot of insights which are getting generated, and marketing actions are being taken based on these insights. And there are many fields in which India is leading the way. For instance, this Arogya Setu. I don't think any other country in this world is giving vaccination certificates online at the click of a button. You look at the steps taken by RBI and the government in digitization of payments, right from 2013-14, this has been pushed, and today there is huge amount of digitization of payments, and we are one of the few countries where we have multiple, the UPIs and electronic wallets, all of them coexist, and there is absolutely no issues with that. Banking is another thing where we are leading the show. So we are on top of certain things, and many organizations are getting on to the capturing data, obtaining insights, and taking action. So big organizations are already in this game of digitalization, but smaller organizations are also kind of realizing the importance. And both in B2C and B2B, we see a lot of digitalizations. In fact, today, what is happening is, in addition to business strategy, people also talk about digitization strategy, because without digitization, it may impact their business or business plans. And therefore, digitization strategy is as important today as business strategies. So if you're looking at what are the challenges that an individual firms or organizations are facing today, number one is, do we know our audience? I mean, I'm talking on behalf of organizations in terms of, are organizations aware of who their customers are? Are they capturing enough information about customers? Are they profiling customers? So these are some challenges that organizations face, because if they don't capture information, they do not have enough information about customers, and they will not be able to do a correct profiling of the customers, which will lead to customers being segmented wrongly, wrong offers, or not effective marketing actions would not be possible. So do we know our audience is something that the organization should probably ask. Second challenge is, most firms are on social media, but do they have a strategy? How do they want to harness their social media to provide a uniform view of engaging with customers, creating a brand community, and ensuring that you are enhancing the stickiness of customers? Social media is fine, but what is the bigger purpose of you being across multiple social media? That is something that is a challenge for organizations today. The third challenge is, I need to do search engine optimization, right? Across channels. If I'm able to do it organic, it's fine. If I engage somebody to do that, if it's paid SEO, that's fine. Or I can adopt a combination of both paid plus organic. But am I in this game? That is a big challenge, because it's not easy to organically improve SEO of a firm or its website or its digital footprint. What is a bigger challenge, which is more human being related, is you have siloed marketing teams. The need for the business today is to have a consistent message, tone, imagery when they are communicating with customer, whether it is physical or through a website or through an app or through a customer service agent or a toll-free number, whatever it may be. So that fluidity and that consistent sense of working as a team should emerge. That's a big challenge today, because people seem to be working in silos, and therefore the consumer may get confused in the whole process. So firms will have to overcome this challenge. How much of the process of an organization are digitized? That is a big issue, because most large organizations did not embrace technology in a big way. So what has happened is, they do not have very robust CRM systems. So they just managed with the order management system or something. But today it hurts them, because where do I spend my marketing budget? How do I know whether it is effective or not? So can I capture as to, if I spend this amount of money on a campaign, how many interests has it generated? How can I do that unless I digitize the process, right? So digitization of process is another huge challenge for organizations, right? And finally, touchpoint management. Today, as organizations, we need to have multiple touchpoints. So if you are omni-channel, your brick and mortar is anyway there, but your online touchpoints at least 3 or 4 people are in. And then you have the social media, which is another 2 or 3 more. So how do I manage customers, voice of customers, interests across all these touch points? This is a big, big challenge for organizations. And finally, I'm spending a lot of money on all these initiatives. Is it giving me the expected returns? So what are the measures or metrics that are required to evaluate marketing performance? This is a big issue across the world because most organizations have their own metrics. There are no very, very few industries have. So for instance, in India, you have JD Power, which kind of gives you rankings and ratings for the entire automobile industry. But such kind of rating system for multiple industries are not available. So as a result, people are, or organizations are working with multiple measures, and most of them talk about measures which are favorable to them to attract customers. So therefore, there is a lot of challenge on from an industry perspective and from a firm perspective to kind of look at the metrics that are required to evaluate performance. But at the same time, right, if you're able to have a working digitalization strategy in place, there is huge amount of opportunities that exist. There's a lot of opportunity for value-added services through which you can earn money. So you look at Amazon, they release their music and their Prime and whatnot. And Prime has more than 10 million customers, right? So my core business is e-retail, but I'm having these value-added services to ensure that I retain my customers. So there is a huge opportunity through the digitalization process to provide value-added services to customers. We can get into partnerships with other organizations, right? But also keep in mind one thing. Earlier, firms were completely dependent on ad agencies to do their communication part. But today, what is happening is the trend worldwide is 29% of the agency work has shifted back into the organization itself. Because data is used extensively, firms do not want to share the data, and therefore they're in-housing or creating that internal capability of doing the digital marketing is something that is a trend that is emerging. While partnerships are good, if a firm does not have expertise, it is also better to do or get the in-housing capability. Customers expect personalized experiences, right? So whether you are offline, online, or omni-channel, or all of them, there has to be a consistent experience for the customers. So that is an opportunity because today, through product design or technical specifications, the amount of competitive advantage that firms enjoy is going to be very limited. Just imagine this, iPhone X was the first product to introduce face scanning, right? So to log in. Within 6 months, you had every other phone company introducing smartphones with face recognition software. So product is not where the sustainable competitive advantage exists. Significant SCA or sustainable competitive advantage can accrue through experiences. That is very, very difficult for firms to kind of master. So that is an opportunity available for me to enhance stickiness with my customers. Subscription models are available today. Is owning the most important thing? I don't think the answer is yes anymore. You can subscribe to it and you can let go of services as and when you don't want them. So that is a huge opportunity available for firms to kind of enhance the stickiness. By partnerships, you are able to upsell and cross-sell by increasing your product category expansion. Increase product categories so that you can fulfill multiple needs of the customers. That is another trend that is, or opportunity that is available in the marketplace. Geographic focus is another opportunity. Very interesting fact is there has been 90% increase in value and volume of sales, online sales from tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So that is a huge opportunity for firms, because if you get your supply chain act properly, there is a huge market to be tapped. In fact, only 40% of total online sales today happens through metros. 60% of it is non-metro sales. There is huge opportunity there. But then from a digitalization perspective, we need to have vernacular. So we need to probably develop applications or voice bots or chat bots, which will speak to people in their own language, because we can't expect tier 2, tier 3 city people to be well versed in English. I'm not underestimating them, but a majority of them will feel more comfortable in speaking their own language. Digital marketing has been there. And what is another trend that has been experienced is 72% of the marketing spend is slowly moving. This is a worldwide trend. In India, there is still significant amount of marketing spend that is happening on traditional media channels. But the trend is that more and more money is flowing into digital ads. The simple reason that you can track, you can look at the effectiveness of your campaign, right? So these are some of the trends that you are seeing. Mobile commerce, I've already told, this is a huge thing with about 850 smartphones there in the marketplace. You have virtually people walking with computers which can do computing, which can do transaction, which can do payments. What else is required for organizations to increase their revenue? These are the opportunities that are available. So generic strategies, what is irrefutable is the culture of the organization should be customer-centric. If firms are not customer-centric, whatever may be the product that they have or whatever digitalization that they achieve, things are not going to be meeting the customer's expectations. So that is a softer issue that firms will need to work on. If you look at product or brand-based strategies, voice of the customer is extremely important. Capture the voice of the customer, obtain insights, and based on that, do new product development. That is an opportunity, that is a strategy that which firms can probably pursue. Investment in innovation is a must, without which organizations would become dinosaurs and they will cease to exist, right? Case in point, Nokia, #1 trusted brand in India in 2014, today just not there at all in the marketplace, or virtually being a very marginal player in the marketplace. So unless you invest in innovation, you're not going to exist. Nurture brand communities. Because how the brand is created is through constant engagement, and that engagement can start pre-sales. Before a customer, before the person becomes a customer, you can start engaging yourself with the brand. And over a period of time, you can develop a good brand community. One good organization which has developed a great brand community in the brick and mortar space is Royal Enfield. Amazing work that is, although they are aping the Harley model, they have been very successful in creating a very good brand in India. Just imagine this company was selling about 10 years back, hardly 20,000 bikes in a year. And today they are selling about close to 400 to 500,000 bikes in a year. Right. So because of the kind of brand community, and I interact with them very closely, you'll be surprised to hear what is their cost of acquisition. The acquisition cost of the company is 50 rupees per customer, because there is such a strong brand community that they're getting about close to 1 million chats or messages or voices across multiple digital platforms. So their only responsibility is to convert them into leads and get them to buy the vehicles. So essentially no advertising. And I'm just looking at scraping the websites and voice of customers to get my sales. In terms of pricing, a lot of work has happened. Today we are practicing dynamic pricing. Over a period of time, I think we'll have location-based pricing, right? So different parts of the city may have different prices. And in fact, if you look at Uber and Ola, you don't know what your neighbor is being charged for the same ride from a destination to an origin, or origin to a destination, right? So exclusive pricing is possible. And here again, subscription models have come in where you can provide good deals, enhance stickiness of customers. On the other hand, if you want to look at communication, more spend on digital marketing is happening. Personalized messages and offers are happening today because people are able to analyze the behavior of customers, and it enables for organizations to look at their marketing spends and find out what the effectiveness is. And this is one thing which is going to dominate for the next few years, which is omni-channel experience. So where you look at digitizing your processes and not focus on a transaction, but on a journey, right from the inquiry stage, right up to the retention stage, and for which it requires consistent touchpoint management, which I covered in the previous slide. So this is going to be my last slide. I'm just having some suggestions in terms of digitalization strategies with respect to acquisition and customer experience. So here I take in the hype cycles from Gartner. So in terms of acquisition, if the firm is a novice in terms of digitalization, very new to digitalization, what they can probably do is invest on lead sourcing through SEO, social media marketing, digital ads, get onto some kind of pre-sale engagement, and then manage the sales funnel, which is essentially leads to suspects to prospects to consumers. So what is required is a fundamental investment in order management system. And if you have a channel partner, have a dealer management system, but be on top of the data and manage the dealer's workforce. If you're experienced in digitalization, we can move on to virtual sales assistants, which we have today in terms of bots, analyzing the voice of the customer, and depending on the conversation, look at conversational engagement analytics. What kind of stage in conversation would predict whether this lead will end up becoming my customer or not? So what it enables is it's not only OMS and DMS. You need to have a customer relationship management software, and it has to be tightly linked with the enterprise resource planning software. So if you're a novice, there are certain things that you can do, but if you're experienced, then you can move forward in this, right? If you look at customer experience per se, right? If you're a novice, what you can do is fundamentally automate the customer facing processes. You can have some kind of segregated CX's customer experience, right? Online and offline customer experiences can be segregated at this point in time, but provide a functional, consistent online experience. If you're experienced in digitalization, then firms can focus on customer journey mapping, which means that you understand the customers, predict what will be their questions, and have all of that stuff up on the net or automated so that it can answer any doubts or questions that the customers would have. And it also enables contextual interaction, which means that if a person has moved and is interested in buying, you don't start from ground zero or the first step. You start from wherever the customer has left off in the journey and move forward. And what is happening today worldwide is a phygital customer experience management. Phygital is combining both physical and digital, and you have a kind of consistent experience across both physical and digital. And then you can enhance the online experience through augmented reality or virtual reality, chatbots, all of this stuff, gamification. There are so many things that can push a customer forward and make them enhanced and sticking to an organization. So if you look at what I've been talking about, I'll just summarize it. There have been digital disruptions in the past, and that has led to some challenges. So the firms need to necessarily overcome those challenges by having a clear mindset and look at where are the opportunities for me to create value to my customers. And then you look at what are the 4P strategies that you want to have, and specifically digitalization strategies that you want to kind of pursue. So I just summarized this, and that's all I have to present. Thanks a lot for this opportunity once again, and I hope it presented some ideas and interest for people who are listening to this. Thanks a lot.
Actually, the students want to ask questions.
So there are some questions.
Please go ahead. I'm willing to take questions.
I've been this. I think someone has to read.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good question. Variance in digital transformation. I read.
I'm not able to hear it very clearly.
So 1 minute, sir.
Yeah,
So we'll read out the questions.
right. That'll be better, ma'am.
So what are the one question? What are the barriers in the digital transformation? Why do companies struggle with digital transformation?
Okay. See, if you look at the whole transformation process, it looks, I mean, there are two things to it. See, I was part of the business transformation process when I was working in Reliance. There are three aspects that are required. Number one is a culture of change. Many firms and the employees in the firms feel that if there is a change management, it is going to affect me and my job. So people don't wholeheartedly work on it. So I would say that it's the responsibility of the leadership to instill confidence in people. So if you do that, people would be more open to adopting change, number one. Second is, when you are wanting to digitalize your organization business processes, you need to write them down properly, right? So if you look at most organizations, most BT processes are handled by people who are working in the head office or headquarters, right? But they may be in charge of processes that they are directly doing. So if you want to look at automating a sales process, people in head office may not be involved in sales at all. So for which you need to involve the person who's actually doing that job. So what it requires is writing the process properly and involving the right kind of people to write the processes. So what works well in organization is put a cross-functional team, sales, operations, finance, right, customer service, IT, put all of them together, form a core team so that each one would look at the whole process in a holistic manner and write the processes properly. Because when you want to automate or digitize, you might have to probably engage a vendor if you don't have the internal capability. And the vendor is going to ask for processes, and the processes, if they are very, very well set, then it makes the job easier. Second thing is, the vendor or the software application may have its own limitations. So there is a give and take here that is required. The organization can't be steadfast saying that these are the processes, either you automate it or no automation. And there are certain cases where firms are forced to change their processes to meet the software or applications requirement. That is like cutting your feet to fit the shoe. Both of this would not work properly. So these are some of the barriers that exist. So writing the process properly and looking at removing redundancies in processes. There are maybe repetitive steps that are there that if you remove, then things will move forward, right? So ultimately, I'll say that it's the culture and the hunger of the organization to push the process through. And if it involves all the employees or the concerned employees, things would be a great success. So the culture, process, technology is what firms need to focus on. And these are the big barriers for digital transformation. And one final thing is the customer ready for it. You might have done the transformation, but if you don't disseminate that information properly, if you don't educate the customers, then if customers feel that it's too difficult to embrace that, then they will just will not embrace your digitization. So it's also that after you implement, you need to teach and educate the people, right? So I think if you look at our country, one of the biggest change management that happened was when ATMs were introduced. People were used to going and standing in queues in banks for hours together, and how over a period of 5 to 6 years, people were today, for me, In my case, I have not stepped into my branch for the last 20 years, believe it or not. I go to some other branch of the same bank, which is near my house. I've never stepped into the bank, but that is because of the education that I've been receiving from the bank as to how I should use the processes. So education is also, training and education is very, very critical.
Thank you, sir. Second question, why is it significant to focus on product development?
It's an existential question, right? So would you ride a Royal Enfield which used to work on petrol and makes humongous noise and moves at a speed not greater than 40 kilometers today? This was probably the product that was existing in the early 1930s and 40s. See, product development is the lifeline of an organization. When we go to we are consumers, we go to the shop to buy so many things. Do we look at old design products? Do we buy them? Do we look at outdated products, expired products? No, we don't. Because what is one thing that is constant in this world is change. Customers' needs keep changing, your expectations keep changing, and it is the responsibility of the organization to kind of ensuring that your needs are met. And I keep on tinkering with the product. It can be a physical product or a service. Both of these are products. And I keep on tinkering with that to ensure that I meet your requirements. Right? So just look at this case. For the past 1.5 years, there have been virtually no movie theaters which have been operating. Does it mean that no movies get released? People are releasing it in OTT, right? The customer is willing to or wanting entertainment at the fingertip. I am on a lockdown. I'm sitting at home. I'm bored with Zoom sessions. I need to relax. I certainly look at entertainment. And the TV lost its significance because serial production, the soap series production was stopped because of COVID. So people had to find new content, and this is what they did. They moved to OTT. So if the organization, if you look at OTT, see the biggest gainers, I think, in the pandemic are OTT and healthcare, right? These guys have made, and digitization, of course. So these have been working and they have been educating, they have been meeting the needs of the people at the right time. And that is why there is a requirement for product development. Without product development, no company. I told you the example of Nokia. They were obsessed with Symbian OS, which is their own OS, when the whole world was moving towards iOS or Android. I did not change. As a result, I'm out of the marketplace. Right? So product development is extremely critical.
One last question, sir. In spite of all, sorry, there are 2 more questions, but take only one. In spite of all the advancements, maybe including digitalization, still NPD in India when compared to other countries fail. What will be the reasons?
So there are 2 things to NPD, I would say. What works elsewhere in the world need not automatically work in India. Believe me, I've worked in automobile company called as Ashok Leyland, where we tried to introduce a Japanese engine and an Italian. Iveco is Fiat's trucking division. They hold a part of the company, so they tried to introduce their trucks in India. Just introducing these world-class trucks in India does not matter, because you need to look at the auxiliary services. What happens if the vehicle develops a problem somewhere in the middle of a highway? So you need to look at the auxiliary services like services, service centers, roadside assistance. So I'm just talking about automobile industry as a case. And Japanese engine that we introduced, the measurements were in terms of microns, and India was not even in millimeters, right? So the technological development and advancement of the country is relatively low when compared to the rest of the world. So what happens in the rest of the world and is successful there need not work in India. That is one thing. Second is, indigenously developed products work in India well, but they are not probably of a global standard. That is another thing. The third thing why NPD does not work too much is we work on very, very incremental innovations. We don't work on transformational innovations. In fact, if you look at it, most vehicles introduce new models every year. What changes is probably the headlights, the tail lights, not really engine and gearbox and fuel emissions and other things. So it is also a function of our own intellectual productivity. So if we have a very robust engineering and technology, a lot of things, if you look at it, we are very self-sufficient in space technology. ISRO is actually launching satellites on behalf of other countries. But that same amount of engineering advancement is not happening in all facets. So that's why, although we talk about Make in India and Atmanirbhar India and all that, do we have all these technologies ourselves? How good is our university level PhD students? How many patents do we have? All of these are a function of product development. So we can, or at this point in time, we are only focused on incremental new product development, but we need to enhance the research infrastructure and research output, original research output at universities for us to really get a big hit on, or to make an impact on new product development in the country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We really enjoyed your lecture.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll move on to next speaker, Mr. Sandeep.
This is Sriram sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move on to the next speaker, Mr. Sandeep Mishra. Mr. Sandeep Mishra, a bit of background about him, is a data science and management professional with more than a decade of experience building and optimizing data science enterprise programs globally via data-focused, scalable processes in AI, machine learning, cloud solutions, and other new digital technologies. Currently leading Volvo's innovation and data analytics team, he has extensive experience in a trusted advisor role for clients and technology teams, creating advanced analytical digital products, providing business value, along with multiple experiences in building effective full-stack data science teams from the ground up, holding track record of delivering effective solutions in multiple domains, including advanced driver assistance systems, automotive, manufacturing, supply chain, CPG, stock market, finance and operations, HR and retention, and more. He has delivered multiple lectures and training on digital transformations, including smart factories and IoT, smart contracts and blockchain, and monetizing AI platforms for enterprises. He loves to travel and supports education, inclusiveness efforts for masses through channels like Scribe for blind students and local bodies efforts to educate. Welcome, Mr. Sandeep Mishra. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. I'm just trying to share the screen here. Okay, I hope my screen is visible. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. And again, hello, everyone. Today's session is on marketing with evolution of AI. And I'm going to talk about some of the aspects of leveraging AI in marketing. And probably we'll discuss few of those scenarios which the business world is talking today, and what is the direction that digitalization, especially with the use of AI, is working towards in the sphere of marketing. What are the areas the business world is working on? And I think it is going to be a very interesting extension of a lot of topics which Professor Sriram covered. And I hope you find it interesting. So getting started, I would like to first go through some of those disruptions or some of the things which is happening or has happened. And let me see how I change slides. Okay. The first thing is the disruption began with the introduction of new digital channels and devices. And I'm not going to go through the most comprehensive list, but somewhere around 2003, LinkedIn launched. And today we know how powerful LinkedIn has become. Facebook debuts in 2006, 2007, iPhones, that is the first smartphone variant that we know as of today, came into the market. And then Snapchat arrived in 2011. And I'm sure the audience here knows definitely 2011 onwards, it's fairly recent. In the last 10 years, what are the various things which have happened in terms of the new digital channels and devices, from face recognition to various kinds of GPS systems, everything is there. And all of this has impacted how people sell their products and services today. So I have just left it as more and not covered further extended versions of it. But the point which I want to make here is also to look at that most of this, if you look at these timelines, they are hardly more than 18 years. And taking India's reference, you don't get declared as an adult until you are above 18 years. So in terms of maturity, these technologies are so new, they are even less than 18 years of timeline. And they're disrupting us big time. So organizations, especially larger organizations or who are not very IT-centric organizations, are taking their time to understand how do they market in this new world, how do they deal with this kind of disruption. So the first go-to thing was go ahead and let's do online marketing, right? So we had SEO optimizations, we had various kinds of social media marketing and so on, and big bucks started getting spent, more and more budget got allocated. But then something interesting has been happening in the last 10 years or so, a sort of experiment which has been ongoing. I don't know how many of you are aware of this, but Coca-Cola recently halted its ad spend. And there was a comment from the Coca-Cola CEO that there is limited effectiveness to brand marketing by doing it online. The reason they did this was during the first wave of pandemic was to understand that are we really gaining, are we really having conversions, or is there an ROI on what we are spending? Interestingly, Coca-Cola was not the first organization to do this. Procter & Gamble turned off 200 million of their digital ad spending. Chase reduced 99% of their online spending. Uber turned off $120 million of digital ad spend. And eBay turned off their search ad spending considerably as an experiment. And what they saw is when they stopped spending on ads, it did not impact, or especially digital ads, let me say, it did not impact their conversion rates. And this was a big time change of gameplay, that what is happening. Why on earth the basic logic says that social media or online spend is where I should be placed. So what went wrong? And this is something which the business world is looking at today. It also relates to some of the stuff which Professor Sriram said, that a lot of these outsourced digital ad spends are being brought back into the organization because we want to understand the customer better. Before I move into a little more digging into, and this is probably what we are going to talk in the session today, as to what has or how has things changed and how AI is helping in optimizing these kind of digital spends and other areas. For the benefit of the crowd, I would like to probably explain what is AI. And instead of going into much technical definitions of it, simply put, and this is probably one of the favorite interview questions these days in the technology world, that explain to me a technology how you would explain it to your grandma or your grandfather. So keeping it as simple. So what if you had a program? So you reach out to a friend and say, I need a dress, or I need a new dress, or I need the best dress ever. Your friend who understands you, who is aware of your situations, preferences, and so on and so forth, also knows that you are going to attend an upcoming wedding, also knows your color preferences, knows your body type and probably the fabric preferences, knows what your friends have bought, other friends have bought for the same wedding. And since you want to stand out, you want to buy something better. What if this can be done by a program? That would be termed as what is AI is trying to achieve today. And this example is more relevant to marketing because when you try to send out a communication saying, hey, buy this from me, or buy this from us, or maybe this will work for you. If you do not understand your customer, it is very difficult. Now, typically what we do a market segmentation, and then we try to profile the customers in that segment. We will also discuss somewhere down the line how AI changes this particular game. A more technical definition of how artificial intelligence, again, this is, even though this is a technical definition, this is, I would say, again, a very simplified definition, that it is a simulation of human intelligence by machine that are programmed to think like humans and mimic their actions, just like we discussed now, especially such as learning and problem solving. So we discussed about a recommendation idea, but what if a program can learn about you and a program can help you solve problems? For example, if you have a query today, right? Almost every app you have a query today does not go to customer support directly, isn't it? A very common one I would hope is almost everyone has used Swiggy. Your food did not arrive, you actually end up with a chatbot, and then if it is not resolved, then you go to a customer. Amazon, if you have had an issue, you first end up with a chatbot, and then if it is still not solved, then it goes to actual human being who's a support person. So like I said, these AI systems are getting better and better and better. And today we are looking at numbers which are mind-boggling. For example, the last known statistics, eBay was resolving 70% of its customer grievances via online chatbots. That means you have to now hire 70% less resources in human beings who might have other issues as well. We'll come to that in a while. And before we can move in, of course, we have to touch upon data. And probably I'll not spend a lot of time in it, but around 15 years, 20 years back, the craze was we want data. We need to gather data. We have a lot of data. And then all the organizations got into gathering and storing data. We are traditionally, oriented to look at data as the structured Excel sheet model of data. But today we are not looking at only that data. We are talking about data which is every image you have taken, every text you have written, every voice command you have given, and so on and so forth. So unstructured data is the actual gold mine where artificial intelligence plays a lot more than the structured algorithms we have been using for statistics for a long, long time. There's an example of what Amazon has with it. Every purchase you have made, your browsing history, addresses you have lived and worked at, items you have wished for, TV shows, music you have played, apps you have downloaded, product ratings, devices, and so on and so forth. But why do I say and more is today? If I have visited 10 different pages at Amazon site, that is something which was being analyzed 6 years back. Today, I want to know where on all your mouse went on the screen. How much time you spent on each of those pages? If required, can I see where and all your eyeballs went in a store, even if you didn't make a purchase? So to that extent is what AI is looking at, or artificial intelligence is looking at, to understand the customer and then enable marketers to come up with extremely personalized or targeted marketing strategies. So we discussed that, yes, I came up with I provided here a particular scenario that the digital spends were suddenly stopped. And when the digital spends were suddenly stopped, the conversion rates did not rise or fall. Why did this happen? One of the dissections which has been done is in terms of personalized content. And when we look at content today, like I said, we do this customer segmentation based on various statistical models, based on expertise from industry. But for you to reach out to a vast number of customers who are very different, plus today we live in a world where the preferences change very, very rapidly. And in that scenario, AI does help you to take things forward in a very, very interesting way. Here's a quote from Gartner. This was a couple of years back, and it was pre-pandemic, but I think we are still valid, that 90% of brands will use some form of marketing personalization by 2020, but will fail to produce optimally personalized content. And that is the prime reason of what we have seen, that some of these big brands stopping their digital payments and going back and rethinking where do we spend money digitally so that we get conversions and sales. Here's a simple case study. Some of you might have come across it already. Was done by SAP, and the study dates as old as 2011. That is 10 years old. But SAP being SAP, they were one of the first people to understand the importance of content. And this is a classic case study, very simple, but also shows how data analytics actually helps us to streamline and orient, and how AI takes it furthermore is what we are going to look at. So 2011 study of digital spend showed that the ads were ineffective, content was not being used, no leads came from these content campaigns, and the buyers definitely needed help on identifying products and engaging with the product and so on and so forth. The first, the data analysis done revealed that the content marketing could help reach, engage, convert, and retain customers. How did they take it forward? The action taken was the creation of the SAP Digitalist magazine. I would recommend all of you do log into SAP Digitalist magazine at least to see how they have designed their content, though now over the last 10 years, I see a lot of organizations, even startups have, for example, there's an organization called Databricks, which is revolutionizing how we use and transform data for analytics. Even before you start your analysis, how do you pre-prepare the data, right? And if you go to their website, you will see loads of content, right, which is centered around expertise and education. As a result, what SAP saw was the content became what users found on organic search. And this is very, very important because like even Professor Sriram was talking about, your SEO or search engines have to go and find content, and people do not look for products directly. The pre-sale happens when they're looking for solutions. Now, and the community building started where the contributions came from thousands of various individuals. And now it has become a digital hub for customers to gather, discuss, find solutions. And this kind of a brand engagement online paid dividends much better than the traditional ads which were being used. Here are some of the stats from various surveys and researches done by some of the organizations. And this is centered around why you need to optimize marketing messages and display ads. A generic customer segmentation will not work. 40% of customers switched brand due to lack of trust and poor personalization. For example, if Amazon showed you books on trekking and hiking, and you are a person who's least interested in trekking and hiking, it is never going to convert into a sale. 43% are more likely to make purchases from companies that personalize the customer experience. For example, if I am going to buy a car, right? And if that cars are fairly generic, we don't have a lot of variants in the car market today. But when you actually go in there and if you get messages that You are a family of 4, now you need a bigger car. Why don't you gift one or gift yourself a car on your upcoming birthday, right? And for that, we will give you X amount of discount or X amount of this. This kind of engagement is actually what is showing result. Couple of more. This one is interesting. 26% of emails, the likelihood of emails being opened is only when it has a personalized subject line. Example, if some of you, if you are Amazon users or Netflix users, you would see typically is you don't get an email anymore saying, these are our latest movies, or this is our latest product, or these are our best-selling products. You would typically, if you open your mailbox, you will see a mail like, based on what you watched, we think you would love these particular shows or movies. Based on what you purchased, or based on your browsing history, you would actually see these statements coming up on the mails, which was not existent 3 to 4 years earlier. So personalized subject line. 79% of consumers only like to use brand promotions if they're specifically tailored to their past interactions. Why this is happening is today, the number of players in the market and the time I can give for a particular product is extremely limited. I have been spoiled. I have been spoiled for choices, and I have been spoiled for personalization. So as a consumer, I want to only work or go to those particular sale points where or have an engagement only if I have a personalized engagement. Now you see that if it has to be at this granularity level, then the traditional customer segmentations can give you an overview. They can have a success percentage, but artificial intelligence then takes humongous amounts of data about you. Like I was showing you the Amazon, what it has collected data, and then individually at scale, convert these kind of or generate these kind of personalized messages. So they understand the customer, they go ahead and create a customized, for example, in the same household, it can be 2 people who have very different preferences of what they want to watch on Netflix, right? And we both would probably get different kind of emails saying, based on what you have watched, this is the list. Now, this level of personalization is possible when you have extremely robust and well-built AI-based systems, which goes ahead and gives you that kind of recommendation. So that is where marketing or digital marketing is converting using AI and using these kind of deep analysis to personalize it. And the results are fairly visible today, very, very well, where the customer engagement increases many folds just because of the personalization which has been put into place. So, like I said, AI enables personalization of communication. It works by predicting your consumer behavior. For example, a simple thing is you might get your salary on the 1st of every month. I get my salary on the 25th of every month. A very trivial difference, right? And yet, I would receive a mail on the 26th saying, salary is here, get yourself a little something. Here's the last thing you have browsed. We have a 10% discount. Why don't you look at it? You will get the same kind of a mail on the 1st or 2nd. It is my prediction of personalized customer behavior, which my AI system has generated. And this content is also going to go out all on its own. Can the entire copywriter activity be replaced by an AI software? Not yet, right? Still, you have to design a lot of things, promotions, and a lot of analysis and a lot of business analytics goes in the background. But we are getting there, slow and slowly. And the amount of human engagement is reduced. For those who are a little more tech savvy, I would ask you to look at this Amazon developed library for deep learning, machine learning activities of AI. Don't get scared by the name. Even though it says those who are not aware, it says DSSTNE, but it is pronounced as Destiny, interestingly. and it is a scalable tensor network or ML network engine, and it is open source. So a lot of people use it for developing the content as well as using. It is one of the formats where you actually crowdsource or build a community of technicians to technical people to develop these kind of capabilities. But if you're interested, do go in and look into it. It is something which is being used by a lot of organizations or similar kind of things. This is open source, so it will help you get a better understanding. The next thing which AI helps with is, and this quote from the CEO of L2, which is now part of Gartner, says that the future doesn't belong to the big, belongs to the fast. And this is where my next point comes in, that is dynamic pricing. And it's again something which was discussed in this forum. Dynamic pricing as a concept, we do read through in marketing. Almost every marketer and business person is aware of. And what we want to do is, yes, based on situations, locations, seasonality, we have been doing dynamic pricing, right? Gold prices go up and so on and so forth. But if you look at the nature of artificial intelligence, the granularity and the speed and the scale it can work in, is it can use algorithms to find ideal pricing for all situations. It can improve your revenue outcomes and lower the guesswork that whether people are going to buy cars this Diwali or not. I do not want that guesswork to come in. There's always industry expertise, right? There are people who have a lot of experience in it and they can come, but there are situations which can be beyond this expertise and which we have been shown or showcased or made privy to in these pandemic 2 years, right? The last year and this year. Nobody had faced this, finding an expertise of this nature, whether people will spend, not spend, what will work, what will not work. This is where AI does a lot of simulation and scenario-based studies and gives it out for the marketeers to choose from. Again, if you look at the simplest method, is what we are aware of is the finding the balance between price and availability that offers the most profit. And I'm sure many of you who have gone through any marketing literature would see the typical graph of those two parabolas meeting at a particular point. But what AI does is takes it one step further. It augments user differentiations and product differentiation, right? Take a simple example. Let's take microwave, all right, or a OTG. Now, you might want a microwave. You are very tech savvy. You want with 15 or 16 different button options, right? And all those customized menu and so on and so forth. I may be someone who wants a simple microwave or an OTG with just 2 or 3 knobs. So you have a product differentiation, and you know the user differentiation will help you which one to pick out of the two. A fairly recent example is again in terms of preference. And this is where a lot of multiple products also come into the market. I don't know if any one of you have recently purchased a gas stove, right? So earlier we used to have this metallic gas stoves, and now we have these glass tops. But you will see, interestingly, a lot of these gas stoves have 2 piping options. One is from the left or the right side, and one is from behind. These kind of options have come because there has been studies which have showcased, or AI systems have generated, that there are consumer preferences which make sense for the business to produce these kind of variants. Let's look at services. For example, a hotel room with a good view versus a view of an alley versus a view of a swimming pool. AI systems know that in the past, I have always booked hotels with a view of the swimming pool, whereas somebody else might be always looking at a view of an alley. If I am given recommendations based on view of swimming pool or a bigger swimming pool or my budget allocations, which they have a fairly good idea of what kind of budget hotels can I go for or cannot afford or don't want to go to. What happens with this dynamic pricing is that AI continuously predicts. It is not like you get the data today, or you have got this today and tomorrow you wait for one whole quarter for the new dynamic pricing to take place. It happens in real time. And then you can pivot based on region, based on customer type, based on situations, and the entire pastel scenario can come into play when these kind of pivots can happen. The turnaround time is what gives you the competitive edge when you are using AI as your dynamic pricing tool or platform. Another thing which we see today is the service chatbots. And then a couple of years back, I would say decades or so, you would have seen that typically if you have to reach out to a service person or take help, there used to be timeline. Like 9 a.m. to 6 a.m., you can contact us. We don't hear that anymore, right? And the way it has worked is the messaging apps like Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, and Signal, they have taken not only the chatbots, but more and more businesses. So today you have WhatsApp business. You can have a business account, and today if you order from Fabric Spa or Swiggy or Urban Clap, you get communication through WhatsApp, right? There's no separate chat which you have to go to and interact with. You have Facebook Messenger, which is does for the business account as well. And we will talk a little bit more about this. You have virtual assistants where you don't even have to go to apps like Siri, Google Assistant, Alexa, Cortana, where voice-based interactions are taking a lot of time or a lot of engagement. And we talk about that in one of the slides. The advantage is chatbots are on 24/7. These machines almost never have a bad day. That is bad day in terms of typical human beings bad day, that I am not in a good mood today and it's very difficult to talk to a nasty customer. They're always polite. But what has to be seen is this chatbots typically work on a premise of what we call in artificial intelligence and machine learning, the NLP or the natural language processing algorithms. And these algorithms, A, were not that efficient a couple of years ago. B, multi-language support was not there. So today when I create a dashboard for Volvo Japan, right? What we do is we create it in English and we just give a toggle bar to change the language to Japanese, just using an API, which is AI based. Earlier, I had to sit and meticulously translate each one of them and then validate for accuracy and then make sure that everything goes into the right place. And for me to switch it to Swedish language tomorrow, it will probably take it 1 day or less, or an hour maybe, depending on which API I'm looking at. So these kind of multi-language supports, these kind of highly advanced algorithms, which understand a lot more complex statements. One of the best things to do is you would understand a great statement is probably if you go to an app like a chat through Amazon, and then try to go to IRCTC website, and there is another chatbot there and try to interact. It is the difference. I'm not ridiculing IRCTC, it has come a long way, but the chatbot engine in that is very old. So just if you want to see the difference of how far has it come, you can actually take these two examples in India and see that how much more robust interactions can happen through these chatbots. The topic of SEO was already discussed, so I will probably not get much into it, but there's one more interesting thing happening in this area, and that is the rise of the voice search. In 2016, until 2016-17, nobody was even talking about, voice searching. But now we have an annual 50 billion search queries, which is happening through voice-based devices, right? And that makes it a subject of interest for the marketing department. That no longer can I look at whatever is with text type. And now here you have the challenge of accent, language, the way you say a sentence, or what is your contextual meaning. And when I say a contextual meaning, typically, I want a program, or do we have a program? The word program can mean different things. It can mean an event for you, whereas for a technical guy, it can mean an actual computer software program. So technology is moving towards there so that the voice searches can be optimized more and more. And increasingly, I think Gartner has predicted that in a couple of years, we will almost reach 90% of interactions without web browsers interaction, which is voice-based. I feel, look at your cell phones. Cell phones are increasingly getting engagements in terms of, giving you instructions through voice rather than doing it. Today, you have Fire TV sticks, which is your devices to play various channels on your TV. And those are taking voice commands. And a couple of years back, it used to be horrible to use these voice commands. Today, you will get at least a 70% response correctly if you are giving a voice. And earlier, another problem was when these Alexa devices were first introduced, or Siri devices were first introduced, Indian accents were not even recognized well. But today, AI-based machines actually customize those accents. If you use one of these devices, they actually have an AI engine which says, could you please talk to me for 5 minutes on these things so that I can customize your voice and understand it is you who is speaking. And then I'll give you more accurate results. That is where we are heading to. So voice searches is going to be very, very interesting. And here AI plays another important role, because to interpret the complex patterns in speech and recognize meaning from sources is very different from type searches. In type search, you can take a word or a couple of words and then do a rapid search through the database and figure out what is being spoken about. And Google has somehow mastered this, because 90% of marketers agree that the first online touch point of search engine optimization or generic organic search is Google search today. But voice is another ball game, and that's a new ball game of disruption where we are looking at SEO optimization. With that comes another interesting thing, and that is the computer vision technology. And those who are, for the interest of the group, computer vision technology is when a program can actually look at an image or a video and make sense of things inside like a human being would do. And here AI is to play another important part, because we have millions of images that are being uploaded into social media platforms almost every single day. I think every day is, I should strike it off and say every single minute or second, right? And what happens is, when these AI engines can analyze these images, right, you better understand where and how products and services are being used. For example, let me take a product which is very, very common, Eno, which is an acidity relief sachet. I don't need to explain. I think everybody here understands what an Eno is, right? And that you put it in a glass, have the effervescence, get rid of acidity. A certain analysis of this cooking videos came up to say that when you're baking products, you can actually use Eno as something which can help with blah, blah. I don't really understand cooking, so not my subject area of expertise. And that was a revelation saying, okay, people are using this for this. Can we have a collateral product which can actually help people in actually baking, which is a variant of this, which can help? Sudden change in trends, right? For example, cell phones. Cell phones are one of the most dynamically being upgraded products today in the market. The average span of life is 2 years. Even Microsoft, your Android and iPhone clearly claim, if you buy a phone today, which is just launched model, we will give you software support for only 2 years. Yeah, I don't personally like it, but it is something that how rapidly is the trend changing. And as a product manager, when you tomorrow are doing product improvisation, you would want to know how your user is using it. And when you try to collect that data from surveys, interviews, and comments and reviews written, it limits you. But if I see the product being used in images or videos, I know exactly how my consumer is using my product. And that's when I get an idea, okay, what should be my next incremental change or next big product I want to create, because I've identified the trend. Check on, okay. And here comes the last one on this one, which is you can also check on the intellectual property abuse. For example, you see your trademark being used somewhere else. You see that there's a logo which you use is being used somewhere else. And earlier to figure this out was a much more elaborate process. Today, AI engines can scan through trillions of images in a day and come back to you and say, we don't think these are the genuine brand symbols which is there, but people are using it in so and so part of the country, in so and part of the city, and this is probably all coming from this particular zone or area. Imagine the kind of leverage you get when you can protect your IPs based on these kind of AI technology. So that is your computer vision technology. The world is looking at saying, okay, this is what we want to look at. There's another one, which again was touched a little bit, but here are a few examples. Augmented reality is a way by which in your live environment, you can see a product which does not actually exist. A typical example is IKEA lets you view your products in your home. So if you have a sofa, if you have the IKEA app and you point it, you switch on the camera, you look at your living room, and then you select a particular sofa. Then you will actually see this sofa in the cell phone, how it will look like in your living room, right? Same thing is done by L'Oreal. In India, I've seen one of the closest ones is Asian Paint. So you can actually take a snap of your house, and if you want to play around with it, I do it every time, a lot of time, even though I never paint a house, purely out of technical interest, is download the Asian Paints app, take a snap of few of your walls or rooms, and then you can try out all the colors to see how it will actually look like. Imagine the kind of engagement you can build, because now you know exactly how your room would look like with this product or service. And then what are the chances of a competitor who does not have this to actually snatch away that customer from you? Very, very low, I would say, because you have made an engagement so powerful. A lot of experience centers come up, especially in industrial world, where if I had to take a customer to the factory visit, today we don't do factory visits anymore. It's a very, very rare occasions, or very, I would say out of every 10 times we do it now once. But we have an experience center where we use virtual reality, which is basically using various kinds of highly holographic lenses, and those headsets you would have seen probably in some of the movies. A customer can experience the factory walkthrough on that day as it is happening, as if the customer is actually in the factory. The same way, imagine if you can actually experience trying up all the dresses you want to buy right at your home or at an experience center, even before you go and buy out those dresses. And this is where marketing, again, coming back to that content and personalization, two major pillars on which digital marketing is moving on, and AI is helping constantly on to how to make this a success using these two pillars. On a closing note, like we discussed, AI can streamline, optimize your marketing campaigns. It does not have the risk of human error, because, but it is still not 100% accurate. It leverages tools and puts very sophisticated study of audience and target and segmentation. But you have to understand that there are certain things like empathy, compassion, storytelling, which machines or AI has still not emulated to a great success. And that is where it has been one of the best things which has happened, because it augments what human beings can do. It helps marketeers, or a competent marketeer would pick AI and do magic. An incompetent marketeer would fear AI and think it is going to be a loss of job for him or her. We also attended the CES 2021 event on behalf of Volvo this year, and it was online this year. And one of, in terms of digital marketing, three things, and for the benefit of the crowd, CES is the biggest technology fair globally, which happens, and it is restricted only to business and industry experts. The three things which was absolutely was talked up as the future in terms of digital marketing was the advent of 5G, which will mean I can push a lot more content without slowing down your phone, and my reachability is by leaps and bounds. The Internet of Things, where you can control and use products and tools. Take a simple one, your fans and lights. We had remotes. So we had fans, lights, and we also had remote fans and lights. The remotes never picked up. If you look at it, you already would have 4 or 5 remotes in your home, and then adding a 6th remote is no fun. But IoT technology is saying you do everything from your cell phones, and we have IEEE protocols which help connect almost any device. So for example, if you're using a Wipro light, you don't need a Wipro app anymore. It can be one generic app by Google devices, and you can use all of them. Or any app which is controlling IEEE protocols. You can buy a Philips fan which supports IoT, and you do not have to really download Philips app to do it. And the connectivity between these devices is probably beyond the scope of what we can talk today, but we are talking about technologies where you will walk to a store and you will get notification on your phone. This is called various kinds of BLE technologies. Look it up if you are inclined to. Is you go to a store and I can tell you which are the products you might be interested in, and I would tell you what the discount is. You don't even have to go and touch the product or flip the product to see what is the price. If you're walking in front of a particular theater, you will get a notification saying the next show is at 3:30 p.m. with this price and this show. You had seen these kind of shows earlier, so we thought you might be interested. So BLE technology is giving that kind of push. And finally, data privacy, and there's one more, is a prime concern, because like I said, when you do take a lot of consumer data and look into and study into it, how do you ensure data privacy? But the interesting part here is, if done right, and I have a paper on it also published in LinkedIn, you can check it sometime, is if done right, AIs are only machines who are looking at your data, not actual human beings who would actually go ahead and sabotage you. And if designed with the proper guidelines and proper checks and points, then data privacy can actually be implemented better with machines taking over these kind of personalized data analysis rather than actual human beings doing it. And with that, the final point is also on the trust we have on this data. So organizations have collected a lot of data, but which data use and how much can I trust this data? For example, I can do a study on 10 years of truck data, right? But what if the engine types have changed in between? Does the AI know about it? Is it captured in some of my data, right? What works in Europe does not work in India, and so on and so forth. So one of the key barriers is also the lack of trust. Applying that AI would give you a ROI, and AI can actually do this. One quick example before I close is, for example, let's say I use an AI machine to predict which employee will leave the organization. If I'm at 99% accuracy, that means I will still predict wrong for at least one employee. What if that employee is not planning to leave? So how you understand these AI outputs is also very important, and how AI is used requires a lot of training and education within the organization, especially for the business users, to understand what is the final output which is coming out of an AI. It is not a magic one. With that, I rest for today. Thank you very much. Hello. I'm not audible. I'm not able to hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sandeep Mishra, for valuable insights. I would now like to invite Mr. Suri Kumar Account Relationship Manager, Pearson India Education Services Private Limited, our knowledge partner to promote his product, MyLabs. It's just it's there.
Hope I'm audible. Ma'am, can you just confirm me whether I'm audible or not?
You are audible. Yes, you are audible.
Okay, fine. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the confirmation. A very good afternoon to all the participants and the faculty members that are there in this national level seminar on digitalization, marketing in the age of digitalization and disruptions. And I was just attending from last 1 hour, both the presenters and their views on digitalization and artificial intelligence and the disruptions in the technological world. And at this point of the time, actually, when we are in a pandemic time. So I would like to just connect the points, whatever that they were talking about, and how academic industry is also getting affected with this disruption, and how digitalization is helping us in conducting our day-to-day classes in a very easiest manner in this particular pandemic time. So though there are so many issues, but still the zeal of the academicians to share their knowledge to the learners, and the activeness of the learners in learning. Okay, so that become like one of the easiest task right now. And most of us might be accepting this, like this pandemic time had given us a chance wherein we can check back whatever that we have learned and unlearn certain topics and relearn something new skills so that we can just enhance our own skills. So just connecting with the context here. So I am representing Pearson India Education Services Limited, which is one of the pioneer in providing learning tools and techniques to the learners. So we are very much famous for the world-class content creation. And we are also very much famous for the involvement and evolvement of the technological advancements with respect to learning is concerned with. So which is like almost 176 years of legacy that we have, especially in the academic services sector. And that helps us in understanding the learner's requirement at a very minute level and designing the solutions in such a manner so that the faculty members can utilize these tools in a very easiest manner and they can conduct their classes in various formats, let it be online, offline, flipped classroom, or any other thing. So right now I am here with one of our flagship product, especially designed for the higher education segment, that is known as Pearson MyLab. So regarding Pearson MyLab, which is one of the world's largest platform, which is used across the world for online tutorials and assignments and learning material that that should be provided with. Okay, so even before starting with the product, I would like to just highlight certain points, or else I can say like the challenges that all the educators over here will be accepting to, that we have faced during this period of pandemic, and even some points that are like in general also we have certain challenges when we are in academic sector. So the first challenge and the most important is the larger heterogeneous students in our higher education segment. So that becomes a greater challenge because every student comes with their own learning attitude and at the same time their own learning capabilities. So understanding each and every student and making my lecture according to each and everyone's learning expectation is something which becomes more difficult for us being a faculty member. And then lack of continuous individual assessment. So right now, as per the pandemic situations, more of our classes are online. Okay, so assessment for learning is somehow getting disturbed in some institutes, I can say. So there are certain technical challenges as well because we are not meeting the students in person and everything, whatever that I am doing is online. So the effectiveness of the mode that I am using to evaluate the students and even the responses that the students are submitting. Okay, so the the hygienity of those responses is also something, a cause of concern to all the faculty members and educators. Difficulty in identifying individual weakness levels and working on individual students, sometimes it may not be possible for us. And then developing personalized learning solutions and creating some engaging content in this point of the time wherein students will not feel like they are not in the classroom, they are not missing their students, okay, and I mean, they are not missing their friends. And at the same time, they are also getting the content which is in an engaging manner so that they will not get bored of continuously watching at the monitor. Okay, so this is also becoming another challenge. Grading, checking individual performances is also taking more time for the educators, because everything that you have to prepare, you have to plan, you have to implement that, and then you have to conduct the online classes also. So this is becoming more tougher and tougher to the educators. So what we were thinking about is, like, if there is a one-stop solution which can help you in resolving all the challenges, or else at least major challenges that what we have discussed about, will that be helpful for the faculty or not is a question. Okay, so this one-stop solution that will be providing you online course content integrated with the textbooks, the content which is like very much trusted authors, curated content, so that which will be like immersive in nature, and you can depend on that without any problem. And then personalized approach to the students so that they can feel like they are getting engaged and they are learning as per their requirements. And here I would like to introduce our product, MyLab. I'm sharing live product over here. So I just logged in as a faculty, and I will be demonstrating one of the title, and with the help of that, I will be covering certain key features that we tried providing it to the faculty members, and certain features for the students. So as all the faculty members over here are from marketing department, so I just thought of sharing marketing title by Kotler for this demonstration. So this is a platform which also works like an standalone learning management system, which will provide you multiple features. Wherein wherever it is possible, we have enabled AI technology as well, so that it becomes more user-friendly. And at the same time, this will also provide the proper feedback to the learners as in when they are trying to learn certain concepts here with the help of this tool. So this is basically a learning tool to the students, and for the faculty members, this becomes like a good aid, teaching aid, and it will also have multiple features that I will be discussing with. So initially, I would like to show you the Pearson eText app so that we can have a glance like how it looks like and what are the benefits that the students will get with the help of this. So every MyLab title will have a e-copy of the textbook so that students can get the access of the entire ebook on the go. They can also access it on their mobile phones and tab devices so that they can just read wherever that they are in, and they can continue their learning. So the greatest and important features, I would like to add one or two. I am just scrolling it down to select a particular chapter here. So that is the table of content which helps me in navigating into the particular chapters that whatever that I require. And here it is, the chapter details. I can start reading it. And what we tried doing here is we have embedded the videos wherever it is possible so that while reading, students can get the information from here itself.
Creating customer value and engagement. This opening chapter broadly defines marketing as engaging customers and managing profitable customer relationships. True, but as the chapter digs deeper, it becomes clear that the execution of successful marketing is a very complex undertaking indeed. If a firm's sole focus, for instance, is on the customer, then it risks the effects of unguarded competitive advances and other events in the business environment.
So I'm just pausing this. I just thought of giving you a glance. So wherever it is possible, we have embedded the related videos so that the students can go through those videos and understand the conceptual clarity here. And they can also continue reading the textbook. And at any point of the time, if they feel like there is some important information to mark a note of or create a flashcard, I can always do that. I can simply select the information from here and I can either highlight or add my notes, or I can create a flashcard of this. And that helps me at the time of revisions. Okay, so I'm just mentioning it as chapter 1 here. So I have just selected this and I created a note, and all these notes will be available from this study tab here. And all the highlighters or else these flashcards that I have created, I can use them in a player format so that I can refer to all the notes that I have added for individual chapter, and I can just go through them and I can revise the whole concept. And we tried making this more interactive wherever it is possible, like by adding the access to the original sources of information whenever we are providing them some references in the textbook, so they can just simply click on the URLs, whatever that we have mentioned, and they will get the access to that particular original source of information. So this is one feature that I would like to add here with respect to Pearson eText. And the other important feature is regarding providing the learning material in a very engaging manner. So I will be showing you the assignment manager from where I can show you all the features that we have added. And this will also allow you to plan and conduct online homeworks and online assignments. Okay, so this is the assignment manager. Planner is also available. Okay, so calendar view is available. And here we have some pre-loaded assignments so that you can just simply drag and drop on a particular date, and that notification will be sent to all the students stating that you have assigned them a task and so and so date is the last date for their submission. And now I would like to spend a minute on making you understand what all are the types of assignments that we have provided with. So we have one warm-up quiz. So this helps us in checking the previous understanding of the student with respect to the subject. Or when I am assigning some pre-read task to the students, I can check whether they have completed that or not. And this analysis will help me in understanding the knowledge levels that the students are possessing, and that will also help me in planning my day's session, and then I can continue and modulate my lecture if it is needed. And then we have one dynamic study module. I will show this option separately if time permits, but I'll just give you a glance of this. So dynamic study module, which is an adaptive tool for the students, wherein what we tried doing with this tool is the entire learning objective gets breakdown into smaller chunks, and students will get some 8 questions for each and every chunk. Okay, so they have to attempt a minimum of 8 questions, and then they will get an option of I don't know yet, and they will also be able to select the right answers, being sure or being unsure. So basically the idea behind this is to provide a space wherein students can check the answers. They can select their answers being unsure, so that indicates their confidence level about the topic. And if they are sure about the answer, that indicates that they have learned something and they are sure about the answer. I don't know yet, something shows that they have not learned the concept. While attempting the questions, they can select the options and they can submit it. After submitting 8 questions, system will evaluate their performance and it will ask them to go back and learn with, and that will also provide them a detailed feedback so that they can learn the concept in a very easiest manner. Okay, so sometimes that will also help them for clearing their misconceptions so that they can understand the concept very clearly and they can progress ahead with. And I also have one video assignment. Give me, I'll just show you a preview of this. So video assignments basically are like simple, small videos, which are like pre-recorded. And these videos will also have certain set of questions associated with the video so that students can go through the video, understand the relation of the conceptual understanding of the theory, whatever that they have learned about it, and then the practical implementation in the real world. Okay, so this enables them to connect theory and practicality.
They put on the faces of their customers. While they sell a variety of products, it's their famous WOW service and 365-day return policy that's made them a success. In fact, they make it a point not to even try to compete on price.
Our whole philosophy at Zappos in terms of pricing is we don't offer blanket discounts or promotions or coupons. We really want customers to buy from us for the service and the selections.
Amazon.com was so impressed with Zappos that they purchased the company, and they stayed true to their promise not to meddle with Zappos' daily operations or customer service formula.
I'm just pausing it here, keeping the time restrictions that we have. So students can watch this video, understand the theory and the practical implementation of the management subjects that they are learning. And then depending upon their understanding, we have a set of questions to be answered, and students can go through the question, and then accordingly they can select the answers and they can submit it. So this is one way of evaluating the students' understanding and making them aware about the practical challenges and the possibilities and the strategies that we can design at various levels. And we also tried providing you mini simulations wherein we have created an entire virtual world to the students, wherein the context will be given to the student and they have to act either as a marketing manager or else an advertisement manager, depending upon the topic that we are covering in the chapter. So as this is about creating customer value, so I have the entire scenario so that I can understand what is the context all about. And then accordingly, there will be certain instructions to the students and they can just follow it. Okay, so I have a next option here to click on it. Second, I think this Zoom taskbar is blocking me. Okay.
Mr. Surya, you have to unmute. No, we have to unmute. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I'm sorry, ma'am. Okay, okay. Fine, I think now you can hear me, ma'am. Yes. Yeah, so we have added these decision points after clearing certain context to the students so that they can understand the background about the case, and then they can start reacting to these decision points. Basically are like certain situations and they have to respond to these situations, being either the marketing manager or else marketing executive or any other role that is discussed in the case. So they will also give us certain options here, and depending upon the selection of my option, so the next set of contexts and the questions and the options, decision-making points entirely will change. So this is again another adaptive tool that we have provided for the students' learning. And as I selected one option given here, I am also able to see the instant feedback about the selection of mine, whether that is a right answer or wrong answer, or it is not the correct answer and so on. And that will also give me some detailed feedback like, why is that so? So right now, as I can see here, this was not the best choice. And I have some explanation to understand why is this not a best choice. And now the next set of questions and the instances will change automatically. And this becomes for every student. So they will have their own way of evaluating themselves and going through this. Once I complete the entire simulation, which lasts for almost like 25 to 30 minutes, I will also get a detailed report of this particular simulation, covering the context, the decision-making points that it has asked, and the responses that I have selected, and how these responses will affect the business challenges or business decisions. So this becomes more interactive tool to the students, wherein they can learn the concepts in a very easiest manner and understand it correctly. And making it more helpful to the faculty members and the students, what we also tried doing is we have given some marketing by numbers, another tool wherein students will get some quantitative data to work upon, and then they can resolve those problems. And these are like algorithmic basis. So every student will get a different set of numbers here to solve on, and then they can just go ahead with, okay, so here is the entire problem and then some numbers, and they can calculate depending upon the question that is asked, and they can submit their answers. And at any point of the time, while they may require any help, so we have provided multiple options wherein they can get the help. Okay, so help me solve this, which will provide them certain hints. And these hints are again like scaffolding hints. It is not direct hint to the student like you select this option and that will be the right. So this provokes them to think in a different manner so that they can reach to the decision. And at the same time, we have also created Ask My Instructor as a tab that provides the function wherein they can directly write a mail to you from this point itself, asking about like, sir or ma'am, I'm facing this problem and please help me out. I'm unable to understand the topic, or any other query that they have. So this is how we tried making this more interactive in nature. And a part of these chapter-wise preloaded assignments that we have created, we have also provided you a feature wherein you can create your own assignments with the help of the test bank pool that we have added here. Or you can also create your own questions, or you can upload the questions and then you can create your own test and other evaluation processes. Okay, you can assign a homework, you can assign a test, you can create a full length test for 30 points or 60 points, depending upon the semester and examinations and so on. Okay, so this is one feature. And then I would like to spend a minute on Gradebook, which is again like another tool that will be really helping the faculty members. So as the entire evaluation is online based, so what you will get here is as and when students submit their answers, so we will get various types of reports automatically generated from the Gradebook. So I can pull out the reports on the basis of the assignments that I have assigned. I can check the individual student overview as well. And I can also check the student's performance by chapter, or I can have a performance analytics. It is like an entire class average report, which I can take it on a monthly basis or at the end of the semester, depending upon my requirement. I can just go through this performance analytics. And we tried making these reports more interactive in nature by highlighting the low scorers, medium scorers, and high scorers, depending upon the percentages that we have in our own institutions. And accordingly, we can get the reports also in colorful manner. So by looking at the colors only, we can understand like, okay, so these are the students who are low performing, they have to work upon, and so on. So we can just infer the data, whatever that we require. And the beauty of this product is all these reports are exportable, so that you can export all these details in an Excel sheet for your future references. And we also have added instructor resources wherever it is possible. Like we have added PowerPoint presentations, images, test bank questions, everything that you can download and you can tweak them as per your requirement, and you can utilize them for your online classes as well. And we also have this video library that provides you additional set of videos that we have. And at any point of the time, you feel like the video assignment, which is there in the preloaded assignments, is not up to the mark, or you wanted to change it, or you want to add additional, you can export those videos from here, and then you can share it with your students. So in short, what we tried doing here is like we tried covering the major challenges and the solutions for certain operational tasks where the faculty members will be spending a lot of time in creating their assignments, evaluating them, preparing the mark sheets, and then collecting the data and case studies from various sources, and or else creating their own case studies and so on. So here we also have provided you a feature wherein you can upload your own case studies and then you can assign it to the students as well. So though it is very feature-rich product, so we have given all sorts of liberty to the faculty members wherein they can access this, they can customize this according to their requirement. And the beauty of this is like it is also AICSB compatible. So all the patterns, all the learning material, all the assessment pattern will be according to AICSB if your institution is going ahead with AICSB standards. So you can just mold it into that matter, in that AICSB standard view as well. Okay. Yep. So this is what we thought of sharing it with you. In very small time, we just tried covering the major features that what we have in this product. But yes, there are so many things to explore and show it to you. So if you are interested, you can reach out to the local sales representative of Pearson from your area, and we will be glad to give you a detailed demonstration on this product, which will require like almost an hour or so. I hope I tried all the major features. Arjun, is there anything that I have missed that you wanted me to check? Yeah, I think, yes, I missed one. That is learning catalytics. Yes. So at this point of the time in pandemic, so assessing the students is becoming very challenging, right? So what we tried providing you is this learning catalytics as a tool. So this works like a classroom clicker. So at any point of the time, you can evaluate the students in a very simple, easy steps, or you can also evaluate your students for an internal assessment for like 20 points and so on. I'll just show you a quick demo on this. So I will be selecting use it with students option so that I can create a module and instantly show it to the students as well. So this will ask you to create the module, and I'm just mentioning the name of the session or the module. I'm selecting today's date, and I have multiple response types over here. So I will be selecting this instructor-led synchronous because I'm glad to control the entire assessment in my hands only, so that I can allow the students to respond to the questions within a minute fraction of time. And then I can control the whole process. The other options that I have is like automated synchronous option is also available. Self-paced mode is also there. Self-test and team-based assessment is also there. If you want to assign a team-based task to the students, so you can select this option. So I'm right now selecting this instructor-led synchronous and saving and continuing. So in the second step, it will ask us to add the questions. So I have multiple options here. I can create my own question depending upon the topic that I am covering to, or I can select the questions from the available library. So for this demo sake, I will be selecting the questions that I have in the library. So I have drop-down options. I can select the textbook, the format, and the key terms also I can just search with. Right now, I'm just selecting all the 5 questions that I have here randomly, and I'm adding them to the module. Once I add them to the module, I can click here on module, going back to save and go to the session. So now I have created the session. Now I will click here on start session so that my students will be able to see my questions, whatever that I have prepared for them. So when I click on start session, so there will be a blank window that you can see here. So this is something like it is how it looks like to the students. So they will have to enter this unique ID, which changes every time that you are creating a learning catalytics tab. Okay, so right now this is blank. So now what I have to do from my panel, like the faculty panel, is I have to deliver this question to the students. Okay, so once I click on deliver, students will get that question on their screen, and there will be a timer as well. Okay, so they can just select the option, whatever that is right answer as per them. And here on my panel, I can check the live responses of the students. Like B is the right answer, so that is highlighted in green color. 0% students have responded, so I don't have students right now. So you can also check like what is the percentage of students that they have answered it correctly, and who all have answered in wrong. Okay, so if the wrong students number is high, so that indicates that the concept is not clear to them, and then you can modulate your teaching, the teaching plan for that particular session. Okay, and the options that I have here is I can stop the delivery at any point of the time, like after a minute or 2, depending upon my discretion. And I can pause the delivery. I can deliver this question once again if the students are unable to solve it. I can also check the live results over here. So now I'm stopping the delivery, and we'll show you that the student's screen gets blank. Okay, so it is like after 1 minute, I stopped it. So now from my panel, I will be selecting the next question, and I will be delivering this again. And I'll give them another minute to answer it. Okay, and then I can stop after a minute and so on. Once I'm done with, I can click on stop session, and I can export all the responses of the students in the gradebook format also. Okay, so this becomes very a good tool when you are conducting online classes. If you want to assess the students, and if you don't want to give them any chances of malpractices, and so you can utilize this option for assessing them. So with this, I would like to stop my presentation over here. I hope I gave you a brief information about the product that we have created for the sake of faculty and the students. If you have any queries, you can ask me. I'll be waiting for another 2 minutes. Ma'am, is that okay?
Okay, we can, it's it's getting a little late. Can we wind up? We'll come back to you if we have any query about it. Because
Sure, ma'am, no issues.
the product is definitely useful and it's a very good product. So we will come back to you for it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you all for allowing us to demonstrate our product. And please reach out to us if you require any other support. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am, once again.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. On behalf of Conference Committee of Department of Marketing and IB, I would like to thank our plenary session speakers, Dr. Sriram D, Senior Associate Professor, Great Lakes Institute of Management, Chennai, for enlightening us with his thought-provoking session. We had a lot of takeaways from his session, where he highlighted on 3 waves of disruption: unbundling, disintermediation, and decoupling. Thank you, sir, once again for giving such good insights. I'm sure today's learning will definitely help us in our future careers also. Once again, I would like to thank Dr. Sriram D for taking up time from his busy schedule and sharing his thoughts. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank Mr. Sandeep Mishra, Assistant General Manager, Data Science Product Owner, Innovation and Data Analytics, Volvo Group, for such an enriching session and an apt session for this conference. He highlighted on digitalization strategies in terms of acquisition, resale, and also highlighted on personalized customer engagement. Thank you, Mr. Sandeep, once again. I would like to thank our sponsor, Mr. Surya Kumar, Account Relationship Manager, Pearson India Education Services Private Limited, for promoting their products. I would like to thank our Director Academics, Dr. Manasa Nagabhushanam, for giving us this opportunity. I also thank the IT team, without whose support this would not have been possible to run it smoothly. Finally, I would like to thank all of you present on this session for being a wonderful audience. Thank you once again, and you all can join us for our valedictory session at 4:15 p.m. Thank you.
And technical session will start on time, so office, you are requested to join technical session on time as per your track, and please join by valedictory after technical session is over. During valedictory, we are going to announce the Best Paper Award. And to mention, Best Paper Award is getting sponsored by Pearson. So thank you very much for this wonderful morning and wonderful session. So we'll meet again on screen.
Thank you.
One ನಿಮಿಷ.
He's coming.
Hello, everyone. Am I ready to speak?
Hello, sir. Yes, hello. Good afternoon. I'm Swati here. My colleagues are here. I have my director, Dr. Nagabhushanam, Manasa Nagabhushanam. Yes. And
Hello, everyone.
hi, Niharika Mishra. And I have my other colleagues, Professor Lakshmi Kannan, Arul Jyoti, and Anupama Shah.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you.
Thanks for joining.
Good evening, everyone. As we draw close to today's conference, we welcome you once again to the valedictory session of RIMMA 2021. It has been an exciting day today. The active participation. The active participation from various research scholars and students has been a big boost to this conference. The quantum of knowledge shared and exchanged at this conference demonstrates the intellectual and creative capital available in abundance all around us. All in all, today's conference topic of digitalization and disruption has highlighted how this has affected marketing activities in general. We hope all of you have enjoyed today's proceedings and have lots to take away. I now invite our director, Dr. Mansa Nagbhushan, and request her to say a few words on this occasion. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm extremely happy today that we are coming to the close of this conference, which we started in the morning. And when we started, I just said a few words about what is the changes that are happening in the environment and what is the kind of knowledge that has to be built in this particular time. Because if you look at the environment, one is the technology invasion, the other is about the pandemic. And if you look at what has happened over the last 30 years, it is an enormous change. So we all know that change is the order of the day, and we'll have to accustom ourselves to the changes. And once I went through these papers, so each of these papers are so distinct and they are diverse. So they are not the same papers. And generally in conferences, it happens that a number of papers will be from the same area. So something which will be repeated. But I was extremely happy that there was diversity in papers. Not only that, we can also see the profiles of the paper presenters have also been very diverse. So coming all over from our country as well as from other countries, we see that the topics are much more interesting and intriguing, and certainly it has put us all on a thought platform that we need to think, like what changes will happen over the next few years. So I take this opportunity to welcome Joseph Murphy, who has come here as the keynote speaker for the valedictory program. On behalf of Ramaiah Institute of Management, I welcome you. Thanks for accepting your invitation and participating in our conference. So I take this opportunity to thank all those who eagerly participated in this conference. And this is the drive in each one of us. So research is the drive. If we are not passionate about research, I think that we will not be in a position to add to the knowledge. It will be research for the sake of research. But once we are passionate about it, we keep research to the close to heart. Naturally, we think that we need to contribute something. We'll have to find out something new. And always research is something which we say that it is the quest for truth. Okay, so I think that this research conference has really opened new vistas, not only for the institution, but also for all the researchers. Basically, what happens to the researchers is once they make the presentation, and it is just like a mirror, they reflect on themselves, whether their thinking is in the right direction, their methodologies are in the right track, and then what others perceive about their research. Is it really adding to the true knowledge? So all these can be brought about in the whole research conference. I'm sure this kind of an engagement has happened with all of us as faculty here from Ramaiah Institute of Management, as well as all the participants who presented their papers. And I thank all those session chairs who have been very, like the way they put across their questions and then made the researchers feel at ease. Okay, so this kind of a knowledge exchange is very much important for knowledge production, for not only our country, but for the entire global scenario. So thank you so much. And as we come to close, we have others who are speaking. Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to share a few thoughts of mine in this validity. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am, for those kind words. I now request Professor Arul Jyoti to introduce our chief guest for the occasion.
Thank you, Anupama. It's my pleasure to introduce our chief guest, Mr. James Potter. James. He is a founder of Responsible, a creative social enterprise that works with local businesses and the next generation of ethical brands to build a better future. He is also a climate leader, reality leader trained by former Vice President US Al Gore, and a keynote speaker on sustainability and local business. James is also the editor-in-chief of global online publication, Future of Earth. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. I'd firstly just like to thank the Ramaiah Institute of Management for inviting me to speak today. And yes, a little bit about myself. I run Responsible, which is a creative social enterprise. We work with ethical brands and the next generation of local businesses. I'm also very privileged to work with Dr. Singh Gupta, who spoke earlier on the online publication Future of Earth. And a few years ago, I was very privileged to be trained personally by former Vice President Al Gore, and I deliver his slides on climate change. I won't be doing that today. Today, I will be talking more about finding your purpose, trying to find the type of business you want to work for, or the type of business you want to create, and also what type of person you want to be. So I will now start sharing my screen. And hopefully everyone can see that. So let me begin. So a couple of the themes we're going to talk about today is storytelling, failure, sustainability, learning, and kindness. Oh, sorry. There we go. So firstly, sorry about that, a little technical hitch. So one thing I always start with, I start about this this ancient Japanese principle known as ikigai. It's when you can find out what you love, what the world needs, what you're good at, and what you can be paid for. And this is known as ikigai, and it means a reason for being. And if we can be lucky enough to try and find this type of company that we can work for, then we can work alongside our purpose and find out what our mission is in life to try and change the world in the way that we want to see it. One bit of advice I would always give to people going out into the world of work or trying to find out what type of business you want to be part of or that you want to create is look at the more modern ways of accounting. So obviously a business is in business to make profit, but nowadays more businesses are shifting towards what is known as the triple bottom line, which is people, profit, planet, and of course, profit. And when these three elements come together, they create sustainable businesses. Now, I'm going to let you into a little secret, which I'm sure you probably already know. Sustainability sells. So while all of these companies around the world are proving their green credentials, and yes, they do care about saving the planet and creating a more sustainable future for our children, our children's children, they are also doing it because it makes good business sense. Also, many businesses are now aligning their values with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And it's a great resource that I would certainly recommend you all checking out. So I've talked briefly about the type of company that you might want to work for or might want to become, but now we're going to really talk about what type of person you want to become. Something that I work with people on, and something that I value very highly is how to define your personal brand. And that's important no matter whether you work for a small business or whether you work for a large business, because it's how people see you and how you can get your message across. So you need to look at things. What's your niche? What do you really want to focus on? What are your values? What are your purpose? What's your audience? What are you trying to achieve? And one way I look at doing this is I look at who influences me. I mentioned I was very, very lucky to be trained by Al Gore. His mission now is all about educating people about climate change and its solutions, because we have those solutions at hand. J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter and many other books, a real inspiration for me, and one of my favorite quotes is, "Rock bottom became the solid foundation on which I rebuilt my life." Now, obviously, we don't all have to reach rock bottom, but I mentioned failure, which I'll go on to talk about in a minute. Failure, how you fail is important, but it's what you do next. It's how you grow from that failure. Bob Marley, probably my favorite musician ever, but he had a social purpose as well. Bob Marley cared deeply about curing racism. He genuinely believed that racism was a disease and it could be cured, just like smallpox. And one day before he was due to go on stage, people broke into his house and shot him. And then what he said was, he said, "The people that are trying to make this world a worse place and not taking a day off, how can I light up the darkness?" And he performed the next day. Now, I'll finish with Maya Angelou, an absolute influence in storytelling and the way that I think you can portray yourself. And that is one of my favorite quotes, which I think is very important for marketing, is really what we're trying to do is change the way people feel, because then they will be more likely to buy stuff from you. And one thing that these four have in common, they are all master storytellers. So become a master storyteller. How do we do this? This is a lifelong journey. You can always keep learning, which I speak about a bit later. But to become a master storyteller, I look at seven things. Know the purpose of your story. Begin with the past. Address a pain point. What needs to change? What's your vision for the future? But you also have to know your audience and close with confidence and be clear on what your point is. And this way we can inspire people into action. That's a quote from Walt Disney. I think we can probably all agree one of the greatest storytellers of all time. And we restore order with an imagination. We instill hope again and again and again. And that's what I think we can do if we train ourselves to become master storytellers. Now, I mentioned failure, and I think this is actually one of the most important parts of business. But many people think failure is the opposite of success, but it is not. It is part of success. And how you fail is so important on how you succeed. The most successful people in the world, be it business or sport, know the value of failing and learning. Michael Jordan, I think we can all say that he's maybe the greatest person to ever pick up a basketball. But in his career, he missed 9,000 shots. He lost 300 games. 26 times he was actually responsible for losing those games. But that is why he succeeds. Now, when I work with businesses on this very, very matter, it's about creating a culture where you fail fast. And also that failing is encouraged, because that's how we move forward. It's how we progress. And while it can feel like we're going round and round in circles, we're actually, if we fail properly and learn from it, we are improving each and every time we fail. Now, obviously, a very key part of this is what we do and how we change, but we have to keep an open mind in order to do so. And that is why I think we always have to invest in learning. Always learning is a mantra of mine. And I was actually, I'm a big fan of programs like Masterclass, because these mean you can learn diverse things. You know, you can learn cooking from Gordon Ramsay, Alicia Keys teaches singing, and so on. And these are different ways of thinking. It can help you with your storytelling process. Another thing that we can learn on is really embracing diversity and creating a culture within organizations that we work with or work in. And I love this phrase. Diversity is being invited to the party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. Belonging is dancing like nobody is watching. Belonging is what we strive for. It makes everyone feel comfortable and feel that they are a part of the organization. something else we have to be very clear on is, and this moves on to my message on kindness. We don't know what is going on in people's lives, and as marketers, we need to try and connect with everyone. But within our work and within our everyday lives, it's very important to understand that what we don't see it has a huge effect on people, and that is why I think it is so important that that you have to be kind always, as the great late Robin Williams said. But we also have to be kind to ourselves. We often overlook this as how important it is to our success. We have to be kind to ourselves. We have to understand our limitations, set ourselves realistic goals, and obviously take care of our mental health, which is incredibly important to everyone's success. But also, we can't underestimate the benefits of hard work. Now, one of my favorite quotes, not this one, is the harder I work, the luckier I get. And that is so true. And obviously, I think we can all say Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, is probably one of the most successful people in the world. And he is a very hard worker. Be striving to work as hard as him would be difficult, but we can always hope. But be humble, be hungry, and always be the hardest worker in the room. But when you work hard, work hard. When you work hard. When you're done, be done, rest. It is so important to make sure you have that downtime and do what you enjoy. Find out one of your passions and really pursue it. So look, that's pretty much it from me. I'm going to leave you with a couple more quotes, actually. And this one thing that we have to agree with is it's not really, life is not about how hard you can hit. It's actually about how hard you can get hit, how much pain you can take and keep moving forward. It was Rocky Balboa that said that, but I think the sentiment is very true for business. So to summarize, my summary of my presentation is, it's important to find your purpose and own your own cause. Find something that you're passionate about. Work for the right company. Master the art of storytelling. Fail fast and learn fast, and always be learning. Be kind, work hard, and make sure you rest. But as marketers, we are all artists. And in the words of Picasso, good artists copy, but great artists steal. So I hope you've enjoyed my short presentation. I hope it's closed the conference in the correct way. If anyone wants to connect with me, my details are here. And I wish you all the best, and thank you once again for allowing me to be part of your amazing conference.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting and honoring our invitation to be here, taking time out of your busy schedule and joining us from another continent. The topic of Ikigai, which roughly translates to the reason for being, is very interesting, and the way you have linked it to marketing and personal branding is very thought-provoking. Your presence and words of inspiration on finding our purpose mean a lot, sir. Thank you very much. I now call upon the conference convener, Professor Niharika Mishra, to read out the conference report.
Welcome back again. It gives me immense pleasure to present a report on one-day international virtual marketing conference, RIMMA 2021, with the theme Marketing in the Age of Digitalization and Disruption, organized by the Department of Marketing and IP on August 12, 2021. The conference aimed to provide a platform to research scholars, academicians, and industry participants to share their insights on the emerging trends in the various verticals of marketing management. The conference convener welcomed the guests. Our director, academics, Dr. Manasa Nagamuchana, delivered the opening remarks at the inaugural session. Dr. Swati Vasakosh, head of the department and conference lead, presented a brief introduction about the conference. The inaugural session was initially addressed by the chief guest, Mr. Samir Shukla, Executive Director, Customer Success,
South Asia Nielsen IQ. He highlighted how traditional marketing is disrupted by digitalization and how digital aids are catering customer needs. This was followed by Dr. Devashish Sengupta, Professor at Royal University of Women, Bahrain. He focused on generalized disruption, unique disruption, and how innovation would provide solution to the disruptions. The plenary session witnessed two eminent personalities, one from the academia and other from the industry, who gave valuable insights from their vast knowledge and experience. The first speaker, Dr. Sriram T, Senior Associate Professor, Great Lakes Institute of Management, Chennai, elaborated on digital disruption. He bifurcated the digital disruption into the three waves of disruption. He explained the global trends in marketing and how the marketers should equip themselves to make use of the opportunities available and how to face the challenges that may arise. The second speaker, Mr. Sandeep Mishra, who is the alumni of the Institute, works as an assistant general manager, data science product owner, innovation and data analytics Volvo Group. He reiterated how the marketplace was transforming. He briefed on marketing with evolution of AI and changing gameplays in this domain. He also said AI is not a threat to manpower in marketing, it is rather an aid to the organizations. The paper presentation session commenced post-lunch with 3 tracks. The parallel sessions were chaired by Dr. Rajendra Nargondwar, Director, NMIMS, Bangalore, Professor Amit Shankar, Assistant Professor, IIM Visakhapatnam, and Dr. Sumitra Srinath, Professor, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan's MP Birla Institute of Management, Bangalore. Over 28 papers were presented. The research scholars and presenters presented their papers on various topics ranging from consumer behavior, digital and social media marketing, marketing channels, customer relationship management, and many others. The valedictory address was delivered by Mr. James Murphy, CEO of the Responsible Partnership UK. He threw light on sustainability, storytelling, fail fast, and learn fast. The conference provided a platform for synergetic interaction among academicians and practitioners to foster business integrate innovative technological developments in the competitive environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Niharika Mishra. And now it's time to announce the Best Paper Award. May I request Dr. Swati Basu Ghosh, Conference Lead and HOD Marketing, the HOD of Marketing in IB, to end the suspense. Over to you, ma'am.
I know everybody is waiting for this result, but before that, I just want to thank all presenters, our session chairs and audience, and even my colleagues, those who have extended their hands to make this program a grand success. So anyway, Best Paper Award goes to, I cannot ask if any guest is there, but Best Paper Award goes to Ms. Manisha Matthew, Swiss Management Center, Switzerland. Her paper titled, Winning Marketing and Business Strategies in a Highly Competitive and Globalized Economic Environment, a case study for Fortune 500 companies, Coca-Cola, Microsoft, and Amazon. Best Paper Award is getting sponsored by Pearson India Limited, it's an Information Services Private Limited, and we will communicate to you. So congratulations, Manisha Matthew. She is online. Manisha Matthew, if you are online, can you okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really didn't expect it because this is my very first paper and I obviously was not expecting that this would be the best paper. So I'm extremely grateful to all of you and to the jury that finalized this as the best paper. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. I request participants present here to share their feedback regarding today's conference. Dr. Lohit.
Good evening, one and all. So it was nice that very small, virtually you were able to connect all of the people. And it was good kind of arrangement from Ramaiah Institute of Management. So it was nice that all the papers were presented, and it was the program was well organized. I should congratulate the coordinators, the faculty coordinators for conducting this kind of international conference virtually so well. So I thank once again the management to offer this kind of what do you call platform for conducting the international conference. Thank you.
Professor Reggie.
Hello, ma'am, and everybody there. Very good evening, and obviously a wonderful initiative by all of you that it is virtually taken up, and the conference went on very well. Though in the morning I was a little bit tied up with a little bit of work, so I could not join. But yes, very, very nicely done and wonderfully organized. It was commendable. You guys have just done the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dr. Prabhudas, Dr. Rachna. Dr. Ashok. Anyone else from the participants? Professor Deepti. Right. So this, thank you all. This international conference was made possible by many hands, hearts, and minds that work together to express our gratitude and appreciation. I request Professor Lakshmi Kannan to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Good evening to all of you. It's my pleasure to propose the vote of thanks for this maiden international virtual conference, RIM Mark 2021, Marketing the Age of Digitalization and Disruption. This event would not have been such a grand success without enthusiastic participants. I thank all those who have presented papers in person and absential. I thank our Director, Academics, Dr. Manasa Nagabhushan, for being there, guiding and motivating us in conducting this international conference. The teaching staff have done an excellent job in accomplishment of the event by aiding with the arrangements necessary for the conference. I express my deep gratitude to all the non-teaching staff for their cooperation extended to facilitate this conference. A special note of thanks to our IT team for their relentless support from the day we planned the conference. Our thanks will be worthless if I don't thank our student volunteers who have been there with us, doing all the little help behind the screen and giving us all the support required at the time when it was needed the most. Finally, I thank our visionary management and our dynamic director, Mr. M.R. Anandra, for encouraging us to undertake the responsibility and providing all the financial and logistic support for making the best of it. My thank you note would be incomplete if I did not mention our HOD, Dr. Swati Basu, who is our conference, also our conference lead, our conference convener, Professor Niharika Mishra, conference coordinators, Professor Arun Chowdhury and Professor Anupama Shah, for their commendable efforts, without which this conference would not have been a success at all. Finally, I thank all the participants for having spent time and being with us through the day. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Professor Lakshmi.
Thank you, Professor Lakshmi. Thank you, one and all. Request everyone now to stand up with national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. Have a good evening ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.